A very warm good morning, one and all. With the blessings of Honorable Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan Sir and Honorable Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, we are now about to begin the inaugural ceremony of the two-day international conference on literary translations, trends, voices, cultural identity, and reframed realities, organized by Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, Amity University, Jharkhand. Translation studies as an academic discipline entails the systematic examination of translation, both as an applied practice and also as a means of understanding the movement and transfer of meaning between different languages and cultures. Translation has been a part of literary studies since time immemorial. It opens up the avenues to explore the celebrated works of literature across cultures and thereby get introduced to the nuances of an alien culture. Translation, therefore, offers the magic passport as much to a foreign culture and people as to their literary endeavors. The ushering of the era of globalization has witnessed an increasing awareness of this aspect of translation, leading to a perceptible dynamism in the discipline that is witnessing a steady growth in the number of translated works. The triumphant stride of technology since late 20th century, resulting in the birth of the discipline of digital humanities, has added a further dimension to the field of literary translation and the discipline of translation studies, further motivating the Department of English at Amity University, Jharkhand, to organize a conference on this diverse subject area. I would now invite Dr. Shobna Chaudhary ma'am, head of the institution Arts and Commerce and Assistant Director, Student Welfare Department, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Shantini Banerjee ma'am. I, on behalf of Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, extend my gratitude to Honorable Acting Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Srivastava Sir. Sir, without your kind blessings, this conference would never have been possible. I welcome respected Registrar Sir, Mr. Prabhakar Tripathi Sir, and our Dean Academic Sir, Professor Dr. Ajit Kumar Pandey Sir. Both of them have not joined this conference, but have shared their valuable blessings with us for this conference. I welcome all the respected directors, the HOIs, esteemed colleagues, participants, paper presenters, press and media, and the students to this international conference on literary translation, trends, voices, cultural identity, and reframed realities, organized by Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, Amity University, Jharkhand. My best wishes to all the participants and paper presenters and our students so that they can gain their best from this conference. Best wishes. Over to you, Dr. Shantini Banerjee.
Thank you, Shobna ma'am, for your kind address. A very warm good morning to one and all. Our Honorable Acting Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Dr. Ashok K. Srivastava Sir, our Head of the Institute, respected Shobna Chaudhary ma'am, the Head of our Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, Dr. Shantini Banerjee ma'am, and our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Mark Shuttleworth. Any productive activity must begin in an ambience of positivity. In India, we seek the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the Hindu goddess of art and learning, before the commencement of any academic activity. A lamp called Diya in Hindi is a symbol of illumination, enlightenment, and inspiration. So let us inaugurate this celebration of knowledge and intellect with a Saraswati Vandana and the virtual lighting of a lamp. After invoking the blessings of the Almighty, let us now pay homage to our nation, India. I request all to kindly rise for the national anthem of India.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
As has already been mentioned by Dr. Shobna Chaudhary ma'am, the head of our institute, that our respected registrar sir, Mr. Prabhakar Tripathi sir, and our respected Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Ajit Kumar Pandey sir, have sent their blessings and best wishes to us for the success of the conference. But due to some pressing work, they could not join us today. So now moving over, we'll invite our Honorable Acting Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Ashok K. Srivastav, sir, to kindly speak a few words for our respected dignitaries. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. A very good morning to one.
So your mic is
all.
muted, sir.
My voice is muted. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, Dr. Sayantree Banerjee, and Dr. Shobna Chaudhary. And I'm so very much happy to hear this Mark. Professor Mark is present over here to grace the occasion. And it is very great honor for all of us. Professor Mark, very much thankful to you on behalf of the Amity University, Jharkhand. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in this 2 days online international conference on translation studies entitled Literary Translation, Trends, Voices, Cultural Identity and Reframed Realities. Truly speaking, the amalgamation of various words makes the title, which is itself the entitled give a lot of message to each one of us. The area what Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Mukherjee and Dr. Shobna Chaudhary and your entire team and entire organizer, you people have chosen this title, and Professor Mark has accepted our kind request to grace the occasion. It's a really amazing and it's a really great title. You see, now in these days, in a world where English is a very, very important area and it is used everywhere in translation. So why we can say translation is important? Because English is the third most widely spoken language in terms of native speakers, of which it has at least 330 millions. But if you could count the people who speak it as a second language, it is the most popular language in the world. And when we speak English, so among English, all wording, all kind of the languages, amalgamation could be possible only through the translations. So that is why the translation is very, very important. And so why we can say why it is so important, because there are 5 prospective reasons could be. Number 1, translation is very, very important because it prefers their native language. In all across the world, if we speak if you see in all across the world, it is a third language, and almost 330 millions people speak English. So always they consider it is their native language. The second region could be translation connects the global economy of the world. Wherever you go in the world, everywhere the economical balance as well as the communication among the people is always comfortably finding in the English. So that is the translation is very, very important. The third region, what we can make it, that is the emerging markets, means emerging languages. You see the global, am I audible to all? Yeah. So global economy, basically it gives a lot of balances when we are putting our communication in the English, because it balances the all languages. The fourth region, why translation is very important, because translation spreads ideas and information among the people during the communication. That is very important. And the last but not the least, I'm not the man of the literature. However, I feel in all across the world, I have visited almost 17 countries all across the world. I found personally, unless you are not confident and you are not aware about the literature translation, till then the communication between the people, either for the personal communication or professional communication, could not be balanced. So that is what the booking of yourself in the book and communication of yourself in the environment is very, very important, and these two important parameters can be filled up only through the translations. So I really congratulate to entire organizer team. They have selected very good thrust area with the entitled literary translations, where what are the innovative trends are there, what could be the voices in different languages could be, what are the different cultural identities are available, and what are the realities availability in the world. That is the reframing, and we have to reframe the realities with the existence of, by hearing of the lot of expertise, and particularly our keynote speaker from Professor Mark. So thank you very much, Dr. Sayanthini Banerjee, Dr. Mukherjee, and Dr. Shobna Chaudhary for organizing such a great event, and by inviting Professor Mark in our conference. Thus, I truly believe that this conference will bring together some of the most productive minds working in the field of translation, which is one of the most important gateways to world literature and cultural today. Thank you very much for inviting me, and my best wishes to the organizer, and particularly my once again thanks to Professor Mark for gracing this occasion. Thank you very much. All the very best for successful event.
Thank you very much for your kind words, sir. Without any further ado, I now introduce our respected keynote speaker of the day, Professor Mark Shuttleworth. Professor Mark Shuttleworth has been involved in translation studies, research, and teaching since 1993. First at the University of Leeds, Imperial College London, and University College London, and now at Hong Kong Baptist University. His publications include the Dictionary of Translation Studies, as well as articles on translation technology, translator training, metaphor in translation, translation and the web, and Wikipedia translation, on which Professor Mark will be speaking today. He has an interest in the use of digital methodologies in translation studies research. His monograph on scientific metaphor in translation, entitled Studying Scientific Metaphor in Translation, was published in 2017, and he is currently working on a second edition of the dictionary. Mark Shuttleworth has been invited as a keynote speaker to translation studies conferences in Poland, China, and Malaysia. He has also addressed industry conferences in UK, Italy, and Brazil on the subject of translation technology, and has provided training in the same area in Spain, Italy, Portugal, Finland, Tunisia, and Malaysia. He is a fluent speaker of Russian, German, Polish, and French, and has some knowledge of a number of other languages as well. As and when time permits, he is active as a translator too. We are honored to have a scholar of the stature of Professor Mark Shuttleworth amongst us today. He will be speaking on Wikipedia translation and the web and why it all matters. I'm sure we all will find ourselves enriched and enlightened at the end of his talk. While we sincerely apologize for the delay, Professor Mark, it's over to you now.
Thank you very much for your kind words of welcome. And I'd like to thank Dr. Srivastava, Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Chowdhury, and of course yourself, Dr. Mukherjee, for the speeches at the beginning, and also for organizing the conference, and also for your very kind words. And I've been very much looking forward to participating in this esteemed conference. I'm very much looking forward to sharing with you something of my own research. Now, I better make clear, I have not particularly gone through my career specializing in literary translation, and I'm conscious that what I'm going to be presenting to you is possibly not completely central to that theme. But I do have that in mind. I wanted to share with you one of my current active research interests. I ask for your indulgence. I hope that at least some of what I have to share with you will be of an intrinsic interest. And as I go through, I'm going to be attempting to highlight certain topics that have relevance and are potentially of interest to people working in the area of literary translation. So with having got that off my chest, if I can share my screen. First of all, just to double check, nobody said anything. Can you confirm that you can hear me okay, everybody? I'm loud enough, am I? Yeah. Yeah,
yes,
okay.
sir.
That's
yes,
great.
Sir, you're perfectly audible.
Thank you. Thanks very much for confirming. So let me now share my screen. And is that visible? You can see that, can you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's great. Thank you very much. All right, then. So we're all pretty familiar with Wikipedia and the logo, the very well-known logo. We all, I suspect, use Wikipedia. I certainly do, usually numerous times a day. And at the same time, I suspect most of us discourage our students from doing the same thing and from quoting Wikipedia in their essays and so on. I'm not going to go into the question of the reliability of Wikipedia, although I am basically a fan of it. And as I say, I do use it as a source very, very frequently for my own investigations. So Wikipedia has been around since 2001. It celebrated its 20th. Well, it's just celebrated its 21st, in fact, a few months back. It grew from very small beginnings. It now exists in, I believe, 318 different language editions. And these are not translations of each other. They are different versions that have grown up independently in parallel, and of course which do influence each other. And one of the main ways in which they can do that is through translation. Some Wikipedia editions are extremely large now, in particularly English. And as you can see from this graphic, I took this fairly recently from the homepage, the front page of Wikipedia. 6.5 million pages, 6.5 million articles in English. And besides English, there are 13 other editions with at least 1 million articles. So why do I believe that Wikipedia makes such an interesting topic to research, particularly in the context of translation studies? Well, it raises very interesting questions. It exists, the way that editors work is on the cusp between collaboration and self-motivation, as I will attempt to demonstrate. Also, it's on the edge between traceability and anonymity in terms of who is writing what. So we can see already it has a potential impact on our understanding of collaborative translation, and also visibility in terms of traceability and anonymity as well. And then it makes a huge amount of information available, freely available information about itself. And I believe very strongly in the principle that you can use Wikipedia's own resources in order to research topics related to the encyclopedia. And then finally, it holds itself up as an example of democratization, which of course it is. Anybody can edit any article. In reality, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because if I turned up and without announcing myself, if I started to add text to, for example, the page about your own august institution, then I suspect that would not be very welcome. I wouldn't say anything uncomplimentary, of course, but people do get protective of the pages that they feel responsible for. And if I did that, the chances are that what I did would be removed, and probably very quickly. And that's what very often happens. So it is potentially highly democratic in its nature, and yet it is rule bound. And at the same time, because of the anonymity that surrounds most, if not quite all, Wikipedia editors, it's possible for an organization, possibly a shady, sinister organization, to masquerade as a single editor and to carry out multiple edits in line with its own purposes. And this has been investigated a bit, not to any large extent so far, but that of course has serious implications for the nature, the status of the information that can be found in the articles of the encyclopedia. So what am I interested in? My catchphrase, or my keyword, my favorite keyword to use is Wikipedia's dark matter. I see translation as dark matter in the sense used by scientists to talk about the universe. We know that it exists. It's out there somewhere, but we don't know where it is, and we don't know how much of it there is. And in the context of Wikipedia, we don't know what purpose it's serving. So I look at how translation can impact the point of view conveyed in a particular article or across the encyclopedia as a whole. Point of view is a very important concept in Wikipedia. I'm currently involved, it's drawing to a close now, but I've been involved in a funded project funded by the Hong Kong government. One of the outputs was a conference that we staged at HKBU, as my university is abbreviated, back in last December. And I will be showing you briefly another of the outputs, which is a tool a research tool, which we are currently in the process of making commonly, generally available. Now, a few words just about Wikipedia and its potential, or how it's been investigated by translation studies researchers. So why study Wikipedia translation? And I would suggest there are probably two, well, at least two justifications, but the two main ones I would say are as follows. Firstly, simply as an end in itself, just to understand the encyclopedia better, understand what goes on, what the processes of text production are, possibly how they differ from one language version to another, and how material from one language version can impact another. And then secondly, possibly to take the insights and data that are generated and use them to make a valuable contribution to other work that's being conducted in translation studies on topics such as collaborative participatory translation, narrative theory, and also hopefully to increase our understanding of concepts, a number of concepts which, and here I would say these are potentially of interest to literary specialists, concepts such as voice, visibility, presence, intervention, positionality, and intentionality. And it's these that I'll have a few words to say about towards the end of my talk. There are a number of things that are highly distinctive of Wikipedia translation. Here are some of them. Firstly, individual translators can decide whether they want to translate, what they want to translate, how much they want to translate. And then because of what I said previously, anyone can edit anything. Once a translator, or shall I say an editor translator, because all translators are editors of the encyclopedia, once they have publicized their translation, it's at the mercy of all other contributing editors, and it is no longer entirely under their control. Their translated text takes on a life of its own, and in this way the source text, assuming that's another Wikipedia article, and the target text, they become moving objects. They don't stay still, they both develop. The translated text can be edited, can be changed, but then also so can the original. No finalized version of any article is ever, or any piece of text is ever reached in Wikipedia. And the distinction between translation and original writing becomes blurred, because text is arrived at very frequently through a combination of a number of processes, such as summarizing, paraphrasing, and sharing and copying across of sources in a way that's very similar to the concept of trans-editing that you may be familiar with. Translation, I won't go into the others, but translation is one of a number of transfer types, a number of ways of getting information from, for example, into the encyclopedia, or from one language version to another. Many articles take on, therefore, something of a collage-like nature, or a patchwork, little bits of text sewn together, stitched together. And each piece might come from a different source or be the work of a different editor. Wikipedia translation does not just refer to translation between versions of the encyclopedia, but it also includes instances when material is brought in from a non-Wikipedia source. And I find, I mentioned source copying. I didn't mean in the sort of plagiaristic sense, although of course that is potentially an issue. I just mean that sometimes the only trace that an editor leaves, having brought in some idea or information from elsewhere, is the footnote referring to the original source, and it can be very enlightening looking down the list of sources in a particular language version of an article, seeing where the information comes from. There is a lack of clarity, however, surrounding the amount, nature, and location of translated material, dark matter, as I said. On the other hand, we can shine quite a bright light on the provenance of any piece of wording in Wikipedia, because you can go back and examine the edit history or the version history or the page history, which is available for every single page in the encyclopedia. And I'll show you what it looks like a little bit later on. But it tells you exactly who edited, who made what change when. And you can build on that to discover when a piece of wording was first inserted into a particular article. And you can use this to untangle the joint evolution of one, two, or more articles. Sometimes doing that is quite important, of course. There is a kind of ecosystem, as I refer to it, and I also made mention of the idea of using Wikipedia to study Wikipedia. So we don't just have the 318 active language versions, but we have the edit history, as I mentioned. We have the talk pages, which sometimes allow us to become party to interesting discussion that takes place between editors. And we also can often get information on the translators or the editors themselves, assuming they've chosen to make that available, of course. The concept of point of view, which I am going to refer to very often as just POV, is an important one. It's one of the pillars on which writing for Wikipedia is supposed to be based, and the principle states that editors should represent fairly, proportionately, and as far as possible without editorial bias, all of the significant views that have been published by reliable sources on a topic. Now, of course, in practice, it is impossible to dispense with or to free oneself of editorial bias. And this does become very clear when you look at parallel Wikipedia articles, a number of articles written on the same topic, and you can see the different emphases and the different points that are highlighted or perhaps downplayed. It does bring the concept of bias and point of view very sharply into focus. And here are some of the ways that parallel articles can differ in terms of point of view. It's something of a long list. I'm not going to go through it. Let me just leave it there for you to peruse just for a few seconds. Okay, now I've been researching Wikipedia since about 2014, and I've looked at a number of case studies, some of what I still consider to be my best examples in the sense that they most graphically illustrate some of the points that I think are important to make, date back to two particular case studies, and they come from 2015 and 2018 respectively. And because of my background in Russian studies, I do focus on Russian topics, and in particular news stories. So the first of them, you may remember this a tragic event from 2015 when one of the opposition leaders in Russia was assassinated. And I wanted to see how Wikipedia chronicled this event and how its depiction of what happened developed quite rapidly, obviously, in the early stages when when everyone was wanting to know what had happened, and also through the agency of multiple translators. And it's grown a bit in the meantime, but when I studied it, it consisted of 9 language versions. Okay, so that's one of them. And then the other one, a few years later, I was in the UK at the time, so this news story was featured everywhere, possibly not equally across the world, but this was once again a Russian related story when a former Secret Service agent from Russia who was living in the UK and his daughter, who was staying with him at the time, were victims of an attempted poisoning. And once again, it was a rapidly developing news story, and the editors of Wikipedia did their best to keep track with the rapidly developing events. And once again, when I was studying it, it consisted of 17 language versions. And just to, I've got a list actually of those language versions, and it's in a way it's somewhat random. There's not much system in terms of which editions choose to make or choose to create an article on which topics. It's very much based on the decision of often just a single editor or group of editors. But you can see these 17 versions. Some of them were worked on intensively. So the Russian one, the English one, over 1,000 edits, and that was at the point when I was studying this. This was shortly after the events that it chronicles, 2018, and quite lengthy accounts in each case had been developed. Now I've got 2 examples of wording that I'm going to share with you now, and how the wording was brought in, and how the wording in 2 different editions of the encyclopedia seems to differ. And the first one is from, well, one from each case study. So the first one, which is about Vladimir Putin. This comes from the Boris Nemtsov article set, and it's intended to highlight what appears to be a difference in point of view, where the English and Russian versions cite the same material coming from a single source. So it goes back to an interview given by Nemtsov himself only a matter of weeks before he was gunned down. And he said something like the following. I suspect there are a number of Russian speakers amongst the audience, but I will assume that possibly it's not a major language for most of you. So I will stick to the translation in each case. So he said the opposition, sorry, this was a write-up, third person. The opposition politician spoke about his mother, Dina Yakovlevna, and admitted that she was afraid he would soon be murdered by Vladimir Putin or his people. Okay, and I'd like you just to bear in mind that final bit of wording. And I'm going to show you what happened to it in the Russian version and then also in the English version. So first of all, the Russian. And we can see that this was first included at a very specific time. And the thing about Wikipedia, you can always pinpoint who introduced a piece of wording and when. Inal 31, that is the name of the editor. Okay, so it appeared as follows. Nemtsov answered the Собеседник magazine correspondent's question about, sorry, I can't see that because of the thumbnails. There we are. About whether he was afraid that Putin could kill him in the near future. Okay. Okay, so it was originally Vladimir Putin or his people in brackets. Now it's Putin could kill him. And then if we fast forward by 3 months, another editor, JD, brings the wording on, and it now says, in an interview given to the Собеседник magazine, Nemtsov said that his mother, Dina Yakovlevna, was concerned for him and feared he could be killed for criticizing Putin. And now the agency is a couple of steps removed from the Russian president, the implied agency, couple of steps removed from the president himself. Okay. That is, you know, must have been, one assumes, a significant, fairly conscious, deliberate choice on the part of this editor. Now let's look at the English edition. Okay, so the first one is more or less contemporaneous. In fact, it was even a few days earlier. And this is involving translation, of course. So Alex Bakharev Nemtsov wrote on Russia's Собеседник news website that his mother was afraid Putin would kill him. And it stayed like that as far as I know up to the present day. Certainly last time I checked, that wording was still there. And remember the original wording, Vladimir Putin brackets or his people, that has been removed, and now the agency is being pinned fairly and squarely on the Russian president himself. Interesting contrast there. Okay. Now, in terms of how that wording, that English wording was arrived at, they're not all mentioned, but there were 4 editors involved, and you can get this from the research ecosystem, as I call it. And you can work out, you can discover in detail what each editor has done. But we talk about this as an act of translation, and of course it is such. But in fact, of the 4 people involved in reaching the finalized wording, only one was actually translating or strictly speaking, trans-editing. And the others were carrying out other tasks. So I did look into this in some detail actually, and there's no time to present it in the fullest detail, but there were intermediary texts involved which were in English. So it also involved using wording from another source in the same language, in other words, in English. and rewording text that was already there. And in the case of the editor called A Man Without a Country, removing a large block of text. So one act of, in inverted commas, translation, but it was arrived at through the co-agency of a plurality of bi and multilingual editors. Possibly some of them were monolingual as well. And they may well have been acting independently of each other. In fact, I tend to think that they were, but they were inspired by a common shared task or shared aim. Okay, now let's move on to the second one, and this relates to the Skripal poisoning case, and it's Theresa May was Prime Minister at the time. Excuse me. So this was from a speech she gave in the House of Commons a few days after the event. And they identified what they thought to be the nerve agent. She was being clearly critical of the Russian state and saying how the Russian government lost control of this nerve agent and, as she said, allowed it to get into the hands of others. Now, if we just fast forward to the Russian version and look at the end, it says, and it got into the hands of others, and there the agency is removed. It does link directly to the original English text, so it hasn't been removed entirely, but from the Russian wording, it's not there. Okay. In all other respects, the wording matches that of Theresa May's quite closely. Okay. Now, more is actually going on here than it seems to be, even at this level of investigation. Because once again, there are intermediary texts which do complicate the picture. In fact, the Russian wording does not seem to be a result of deliberate translator manipulation. The rewording occurred at a previous juncture on the BBC News Russian service. Okay. And once again, multiple editors were involved. There's no evidence of direct collaboration or communication between them. So it's a kind of what I call a passive collaboration between them. Okay. Now those are the two brief examples I was going to bring, and I'd like to move on now and share with you a little bit about Wikipedia translation more generally, and then I'm going to talk about a bit about the tool-based methodology that I used, and then finally I'm going to spend a few minutes at the end thinking about the concepts that I've already mentioned. Okay, so in Wikipedia, bearing in mind this concept of dark matter, which I think accounts for most translation that takes place in the encyclopedia, it is possible to build up a picture of the translation flows that occur between different languages. And this has to be declared translation, and it is possible. There is a mechanism in Wikipedia that allows you to say this article contains text taken from the corresponding Japanese article or Spanish article or Hindi article or whatever. Okay, so I was interested just to pursue this to a certain extent what appear to be the main translation flows. And we can see the from languages, source languages down the left-hand side, target languages along the top. The question marks under Korean are simply because the information wasn't available, that's all. But English is a major source language. One shouldn't be surprised. Also quite a major target language. And besides that, well, because of the size of English, and rightly or wrongly, the English Wikipedia, some people consider it a kind of gold standard, but it does attract a large amount of translations, simply, partly for that reason, of course, partly because so many people, as Dr. Srivastava was saying, so many people worldwide do speak it as a second language. Okay, moving on, I mentioned about these sources and how sometimes the inclusion of a source in the list of references at the end of an article is the only trace that's left of the fact that the information has been imported from elsewhere. Of course, all information in a sense is imported, but you know, where it says, you know, makes it more concrete and you can see exactly what source has been used. And the mix of language sources is also of interest. Okay, so in the particular instance I was looking at here, we can see there are large numbers of references in many of the parallel articles, and they come from different languages. Now, whether the Russian editors would have known Bulgarian or Polish, or whether it was just copied, say, from English, and maybe the Bulgarian person who knew Bulgarian translated it originally into English, and then it was taken from English into Russian, we don't know. But still we end up with a multilingual list of references. And that obviously is an indicator frequently of the presence of some translation. I've mentioned about the revision history or page history, edit history. Here is a brief extract from one of them, and you can, these are edits, and each one is pinpointed in time, and you can click on them live and you'll be taken to the article as it existed after that edit had been carried out. And through using the radio buttons, you can choose you can select two versions, and then that will highlight for you the changes that took place in the intervening period of time. And it gives you the date, it gives you the name of the editor, or sometimes just the IP address. It tells you the size of the edit, I'm sorry, the size of the article following the edit, tells you the size of the edit, and also very often just a very brief note saying what the edit was concerning. And of course, if somebody doesn't like your edit, they can just undo it straight away. And then you sometimes find yourself in the middle of what's called an edit war. Then, this one comes from Chinese Wikipedia for various reasons, but editors can choose to make information available about themselves. This editor is from Taiwan, and you can find out not only about this editor's contribution to a particular article, but also information about them. So that's I don't know how many of you can recognize that. That, of course, is an aerial view of Taiwan. So they're identifying themselves as Taiwanese, and people will say how much language they spoke, how many languages they know, where they come from, what their interests are, what their political background is, what their religious beliefs are. Some say none of those, some say absolutely nothing about themselves, but you can very often discover quite a bit about who the editors are. And then the talk pages. I find that use of the talk pages is fairly infrequent. You can, in principle, discuss matters related to translation, and indeed that does happen, but it's kind of a rare event in my experience. The talk page of an article is just a space where editors can discuss issues. What are we going to do about this topic? Are we going to rename the page? How are we going to refer to this person? All kinds of things like that, and they ideally reach consensus. And these different pages, the talk page and the edit history and so on, they're all available at the top of every Wikipedia article. You just have to click on the relevant tab. Okay, now a word about methodology. And a lot of people working in Wikipedia translation make use of digital tools and methods, and this is largely drawing on the methods and the insights of digital humanities. If it's tool-based research you're talking about, this could involve using tools to identify relevant research material, gather numerical information, trace the appearance of a particular keyword or concept in a Wikipedia article, investigate how a digital object, as it's referred to in this case, a Wikipedia article, has evolved, understanding the attitude of users and how it's reflected online. These are going beyond my present discussion, but I just wanted to highlight or lay out the different approaches, different methodologies that are now becoming possible. And then, of course, data visualization is becoming an increasingly well-trodden path in research as well. And I do believe that we are, although I'm self-quoting here, I do believe that we are seeing at least the beginnings of what you might call a digital turn in translation studies. Of course, we've seen many other turns and quite a number of would-be turns as well, maybe. But the digital turn can be defined as a developing tendency to use computer and internet-based methods and tools as a central or supplementary component in a wide range of translation research. And of course, we've seen this in translation process research, we've seen it in corpus-based research and so on. But I believe there is an increasing level of engagement with the methods of digital humanities within translation studies too. Now, when we're talking about investigating Wikipedia digitally, there are a number of standard go-to resources, many of which are available within the encyclopedia itself. So you can obtain all kinds of statistics about a page just by clicking through to it from the page, usually via the edit history. And then there's the edit history or revision history itself. You can get statistics about numbers of editors, their contribution, and so on. And then to construct that table of translation flows, I consulted a series of articles called Pages Translated from a Particular Language. And it will list every article which has been flagged as containing a translation from a particular language. There's a tool called Manypedia. It allows you to look simultaneously on a split screen basis at 2 different articles. And then Wikiblame, which I will show you. And then didn't seem to make it onto the list. I'm also going to show you Wiki Aligner, which is the tool that we've been developing in the project itself. And I'll show that to you now. And this is becoming increasingly indispensable in our research work. And it takes pages. You can ask it to look at a pair of texts. This is about Alexei Navalny, another opposition leader in Russia. And it will look at this one, once again, focusing on Chinese and the English. And it will attempt to extract pairs of sentences that seem to correlate with each other. And as you can see, it gives a score reflecting its level of confidence. And in fact, all of these are aligned pairs. They are translations of each other. Generally, the translation direction would be English to Chinese, but potentially it could be in the other direction too. So this, using a tool like this, is now making it possible to discover Wikipedia's dark matter, instances of Wikipedia's dark matter, much more easily. It takes the sweat out of it. It was a difficult, thankless task until fairly recently. I suspect possibly you can do similar things with other tools, but this is a dedicated tool. It's in the final stages of being prepared for being made available widely to the research community. So if anyone's interested, do let me know and I'll make sure you're informed when it does become available. It'll be a free tool to use. And this is one I mentioned in the list a minute ago, Wikiblame. It allows you to discover the exact edit which first mentioned a word or a phrase or a name. Okay, now just in closing, last few minutes, I hope I just have a few more minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to just highlight, I think, 3 concepts or clusters of concepts. So firstly, collaborative participatory translation. Of course, this is a topic which is of great interest to many translation scholars at the moment. Excuse me. And I would argue that Wikipedia casts interesting light on the nature of collaboration. And as I've demonstrated, or as I've said anyway, mechanisms do exist within the encyclopedia for active, explicit collaboration. But as I also mentioned, I believe that to be the exception rather than the rule. On the other hand, collaboration, if we can still call it such, as I've witnessed it, tends to be more passive and implicit in nature, with editors, could be multilingual, could be bilingual, could be monolingual even, working largely on an independent basis to arrive jointly at a piece of wording. And of course, the word arrive, actually, it's probably not a good word to use because that suggests an end point. And as I mentioned in Wikipedia, there don't tend to be end points because somebody could turn up and change that wording at any moment. And within this general setup, the intentionality behind translation acts is very often collective, but also, like the collaboration itself, it is implicit. And editors, one assumes, are to a large extent driven by a common purpose and generally, as I say, probably a shared point of view. Now, point of view itself and how it refers to a topic that I haven't perhaps mentioned very much up to now, the idea of narrative theory. And I'm coming more to the conclusion that the sort of native Wikipedia concept of point of view has very clear, very strong commonalities with the concept of narrative as was first introduced into translation studies by Mona Baker, and as numerous translation scholars have now been researching. That said, the two concepts are not identical. For example, I believe that point of view is what lies behind narrative, but the two are often reflected in a piece of discourse in very similar ways. I believe that the concept of point of view can probably contribute to the development of narrative theory. It's something I'm planning to work on in the near future. And I'd also say that Wikipedia potentially provides an excellent context in which to examine how the discourse of different national or language communities can be used to reflect different narratives. And then the third and final set of concepts, that is visibility, voice, and positionality. So the very fact that Wikipedia can be thought of as dark matter assumes it is pretty invisible, and I think that's largely the case. We know it's there, we don't know how much of it there is, where it's located, and what purpose it's serving. Research can help to bring this to the fore, but it makes for a different order of visibility. Normally, when we talk about invisibility, translators' invisibility, we mean that readers will know it's a translation if they bother to check, but they're not aware of the presence of the translator. But here, we're just not aware generally that we're reading something that is a translation. Okay, so the work of editor translators does tend to remain hidden, but it can act through the use of research tools. And also, as we've seen, editors themselves, or editor translators, if you want to call them that, can choose how much they wish to reveal about themselves. So one more slide, if you would permit me, please. What can we say in closing? Well, a number of things, possibly. Wikipedia translation exemplifies the breadth of translation practice that we see on the web. I would also say that it expands our understanding of concepts such as collaborativity, narrative, visibility, and so on. It does contribute to our understanding of the diversity of translation, and also it illustrates the often complex provenance of the information and knowledge that we rely on. Okay, so there we are. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. And I don't know if there's time for questions, or if questions are envisaged or anything, but if anyone would like to ask a question, I'll be very happy to try and answer.
Thank you so much, sir. There is one question that a student has sent. He wants to know your experience with translating nuances from culture to culture, and whether you put extra effort to translate the cultural nuances.
Okay, so in the introduction that you kindly shared at the beginning, it said that I am a translator as time permits, and I have translated over the years, largely technical material, but not exclusively. I have done a very limited amount of literary translation, and that is from Russian into English. It goes back quite a long way. An author called Dmitry Prigov. And the cultural nuances. Well, yes, I mean, obviously, as a theorist, I think, yes, this is a visibility question, and it's a matter of, what approach you're going to use. Are you going to domesticate? Are you going to foreignize? And I translate into English where there are certain expectations. Unlike some theorists, I choose not to, deliberately contravene conventions in a wholesale way. So I would indeed attempt to reconfigure cultural allusions in a way that wasn't strident, so that it wouldn't relate only to the target language. I would probably try to, without being able to think of an example, I would probably try to find something which had a sort of commonality between English and Russian. I don't know if that makes sense. So something that was allowed a flavor of the Russian, and yet didn't strike the readers as being too alien. That would be my, as a translator rather than as a translation theorist, that would be my general practice, I think.
Thank you, Professor Mark, for that response. May I ask you a question as well? That is, so you were talking about the point of view when it comes to translation. And you said that total neutrality is very difficult to achieve when it comes to translation. So I myself am a novice when it comes to translation studies, but I would like to ask that, would you then say that a work of translation is as subjective as the writing of history, maybe?
I'm not a historian.
I'm
not trying to wriggle out of the question, but I wouldn't say I was knowledgeable about the study of history. There are all kinds of subjectivities in translation. I think there is a growing and increasingly sophisticated appreciation of that amongst translation scholars and translation theorists. The problematization and theorization of concepts such as a translator's voice, translator's positionality, and as you know, translation scholars are not in the business of knocking down translators who put too much of themselves into their translation, but just recognizing that that is something that translators do. So what I probably said was that it was with reference to editing a particular version of Wikipedia that one can't write without bias. But yes, I would broaden that out. I would say, you know, when you're translating, you are putting yourself into it, even if it's just choosing one particular synonym rather than another. And you know, a translator's style will tend to also reflect their own writing style, if I'm not mistaken.
So there's one more thing that you said in the beginning itself, that we dissuade our students from quoting from Wikipedia, and we don't allow them to use Wikipedia's link in the bibliography when they write a paper or a dissertation. So when there are so many things associated with it, there are so many aspects related to Wikipedia. How much is it trustworthy to pick up things from there? How is the authenticity in question when we talk of Wikipedia?
Well, yes, thank you for the question. It's a difficult one to answer. There have been studies over the years, and they tend to reveal that Wikipedia is of a comparable, you know, the serious articles in Wikipedia are of a comparable level of reliability to articles in other possibly more august encyclopedias, and not error-free. There was a very famous study, I think in 2005. I don't just remember now, but they did compare the reliability of a number of natural science articles in Wikipedia with the corresponding ones in Encyclopedia Britannica, and they found that for every 4 errors in Wikipedia, there were 3 in Encyclopedia Britannica. So yes, Wikipedia is not 100% reliable, but no, it's not the only source about which that can possibly be said. And one can only strive, you know, if you're an active Wikipedian, and anyone can become one, you just start editing basically, then becomes your shared responsibility to do your best, maybe to correct mistakes when you see them, and to double check the reliability of the content that you are also creating.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, do we have any further questions? Is there anybody who wants to put forward any further questions to Professor Mark? Okay, so once again, our sincere thanks and appreciation for your valuable time and for that extremely informative and enlightening talk, Professor Mark. And on that note, I would invite our head of the department, Dr. Sayantini Banerjee, to propose the vote of thanks for this session.
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked hard to organize this international conference on literary translations, trends, voices, cultural identity, and reframed realities. On behalf of the organizing members from the department, I offer my sincere thanks to Almighty God for his cherished blessings, which guided us to conceive this conference. I express my profound gratitude to the pillars of our institution, respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Srivastava sir, respected Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Ajit Kumar Pandey sir, and respected Registrar, Mr. Prabhakar Tripathi sir. Conducting such events with such ease would not have been possible without your continuous support and motivation. My sincere gratitude to our respected head of the institution, Dr. Shobna Chaudhary ma'am, for her constant support and guidance. My heartfelt thanks to our revered keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mark Shuttleworth, for taking out time from his busy schedule to be with us and sharing his thoughtful and extremely knowledgeable words with us. Thank you so much, sir. My
Thank you
heartfelt
again for your
thanks
kind words.
audience who immerse themselves in absorbing the knowledge being shared and without whom the inaugural ceremony would have remained incomplete. Their quest to know more has made our endeavors in organizing this event worthwhile. I sincerely thank all of you, the heads of the institutions, the heads of the departments, and faculty members from Amity University, Jharkhand, and various other colleges and universities across India and abroad, and the academicians, research scholars, and students pan-India and abroad who joined us despite their varied engagements. My special thanks to Dr. Jayashree Mukherjee ma'am, the convener of the conference, who has worked extremely hard to put things in place, Dr. Prabhat Chaurasia sir and Ms. Anita Shekhar ma'am for their constant support. I express a deep sense of appreciation for the constant support provided by the admin team, the IT team at AUJ, as well as the headquarters. A special mention to today's IT team at headquarters, Mobin sir, and the media team who have helped us ease out all hurdles. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. Thank you for being with us. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to the participants. There's a short announcement to be made that we will shortly begin our next session, technical session. Our session chairs have already joined. We'll take 3 minutes and we'll begin sharp at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Mark, if you don't have any other engagements, we would also request you to kindly stay back and at least listen to a few of our presenters.
Thank you.
Okay. So, okay. So a special good morning and a note of welcome to two of our esteemed session chairs for the first technical session of today. That is Professor Tarkeshwar Bibi and Dr. Omri Ascher. A very warm welcome to the International Conference on Translation Studies organized by the Amity University, Jharkhand, sir. Beginning with the first technical session of today entitled The Versatility of Translation, let me introduce to you all our esteemed guests who will be chairing the session. We have Professor Tarkeshwar Vibi with us. Professor Tarkeshwar Vibi is a professor at the Department of Translation Studies at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, India. He has published in the areas of translation studies, colonialism and nationalism, linguistic nationalism or identity, literary historiography, etc. He is a bilingual writer who has published both in Kannada and English. He has coordinated a translation series called Classical Kannada Texts in English. He has handled many research projects in the area of translation studies. He is on the editorial board of several journals. He has also coordinated a national level project on rethinking the crisis in English studies. He has nearly 25 years of teaching service in translation studies. He has presented papers in more than 150 seminars or conferences. He has organized more than 10 seminars, conferences, and workshops. He has also directed many plays. So a very warm welcome to you, Professor Tarkeshwar.
Thank you, Father.
Professor Tarkeshwar will be jointly chairing this session with Dr. Omi Ascher. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Dr. Ascher.
Ascher.
Okay. Dr. Omri Ascher is a senior lecturer at the Department of Translation and Interpreting Studies in Bar Ilan University, Israel. His work focuses on the intercultural exchange and mutual perceptions between Israeli and American Jewish in the 20th and 21st centuries, primarily through the prism of literary and theological translation and language ideology. His other research interests include the ethical and social implications of today's machine translation and how corpus-based machine translation corresponds with contemporary translation theory. Articles by him have appeared in journals such as Religion, Jewish Social Studies, AJS Review, Journal of Modern Jewish Studies, Israel Studies, Journal of Israeli History, Diaspora Studies, Translation Studies, Translation and Interpreting Studies, Meta, and Target. His book, Reading Israel, Reading America, The Politics of Translation Between Jews, was published in 2019 by Stanford University Press. His most recent project, supported by a personal research grant from the Israel Science Foundation, or ISF, is devoted to theological translation and exchange between religious Zionism in Israel and modern Orthodox Judaism in America. His translations into Hebrew include Samuel Beckett's Murphy and Watt, and the nonfiction, The Unfolding of Language and Through the Language Glass by Guy Deutscher. A very warm note of welcome to you as well, Dr. Ascher, to the conference. We are delighted to have you as our session chair.
Thank you.
We have 6 papers scheduled to be presented in this session, which will explore the various aspects of the scope of translation studies as an academic discipline. I request the respected chairs now to kindly do the honors. Over to you, Professor Tarkeshwar and Dr. Ascher.
Thank you, Jayashree, for the introduction and also inviting me to this wonderful conference. We have started with a good note, keynote address by Professor Mark, and we'll also have the papers. So without taking much time, I think we should go to the first paper. The paper is by
Dr. Pragya Shukla, who is an assistant professor, Department of English, Central University, Jharkhand, and Mr. Sudhir Kumar, assistant professor and head, Amity School of Communications, Amity University, Jharkhand, along with a student of theirs, Shreya Mrinal, who is a student of the final year in mass communication and journalism. She will be presenting the paper on behalf of the writers.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, Shreya Mrinal will present in the next, I think, in the second session, right? Right now, Pragya ma'am will present.
Okay. So I invite Dr. Pragya Shukla ma'am to please present her paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my paper is reconfiguring works of female translators, mapping feminist interventions in the works of Gayatri Spivak Chakravarti. Translation plays a significant role as the means that allows us access to literature originally written in a language we have been unable to master. Translation always helps us to comprehend and acquire new perspectives, attributes, and new values to what once may have been unfamiliar and unknown.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. If you could please switch on your camera.
I'm sorry for the backdrop.
Thank you, ma'am. No problem. Thank you.
In a world built on divisiveness, a translator's ardent desire is to knit a part of their own shifting, fluid selves into their craft. Translators struggle to transfer the beauty and achievement of the source text into its translated version in the target language. To translate is to refigure the work again and to its translated version to the target language, but translators refigure the work again and to house it in another language so that the dream is re-established. The translation seems to be a ground that's always in motion. To translate is to be both a passenger and a driver. The power of translation is ability to offer us a different way of inhabiting the world, one that is premised on the elusiveness of language and devoid of the consolations or claims of absolute knowledge. In that sense, the project of translation is an important one for our own movement, where the claims of identity of language are always or every day hardening. I will now begin to explain why the feminist interventions are so common these days. I will give you two examples from revisionist texts written by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. In her story, The Forest of Enchantment, if we read the first chapter, after reading Valmiki's manuscript of Ramayana, Sita was given the text to revise. She went to a small hermitage, and when she began to read the book, she was taken aback because the title of the book was Ramayana. Her name was missing from the title. So when she went back with her review of the text, she remarked, the book, she said, is very good. I quote, the poetry is superb, the description sublime, the rhythm perfect. You have captured the histories of earth and heaven both. But what occurred to me, you don't know anything about me. You don't know what was happening to me when I was in the dark room. And Valmiki helplessly said, I wrote what the divine vision showed me, unquote. And after some contemplation, permitted Sita to write her own story herself. And the result, as we all see, is a deluge of revisionist feminist texts that occupy the bookshelves of all university libraries. The female translators make use of their strategies and set their new inventions free to flow down to those for whom those creations matter. The old one in Chitra Banerjee's Divakaruni's revisionist text, The Mistress of Spices, the old one, after training her disciples, asked them to fly down to the various corners of the globe. And before their disciples were leaving, she warned them about their own individuality. She told them that you are not important. What is more important is your spices and your shop. Similarly, when a woman takes up a text and she translates it with feminist interventions, she keeps this in mind. The source text, the story is not important. The message that I have included in the story is more important, and that is what should reach the women across the globe. For women translators, the utmost concern is to deliver their messages at the right time to the right place and not the source text as such. The feminist translators are always on a lookout for cracks and crevices in patriarchal texts. They happily revise, rewrite, redefine, and reevaluate the historical texts, and then go on to accept and acknowledge the same, for they understand that translation is a crucial form of cultural production. Translation is not only a process of transferring linguistic codes from one language to another, but it has also become a political activity. Translating is now regarded as a process of rewriting, which involves the issues of ideology, power, and manipulation. Feminism attempts to reclaim the language to deconstruct patriarchy. In this context, in the 70s and 80s, an alternative women's language was created, a dismantled patriarchal language, and made women linguistically visible. Floto, in his text, Translation and Gender, had shared, I quote, feminist translation has an interventionist approach to translation and intends to woman-handle the text. The practices of feminist translation involve translating women's work, feminist works, and challenging patriarchal translation of the women's texts. The feminist translator uses several feminist translation strategies, such as hijacking, supplementing, prefacing, and footnoting. The feminist translator also uses prefaces and footnotes to indicate their presence. Godard's example of prefacing of Mozart's feminist text is commonly presented as an example. Hijacking is another feminist translation strategy in which translator makes extreme interferences in the translation process by hijacking the source text. Gayatri Spivak's first major work of translation was Derrida's Of Dermatology, which she translated into French and then from French to English, but her work in post-colonial theory, especially the question of whether a subaltern can speak, probed the issue of translation and transparency of text and the mediators who claimed to represent the people or text. Her own answer to the question was a qualified no, in that the intellectuals who speak for the marginalized subaltern cannot hope to represent them adequately. The only way they can do it, according to her, was to follow the Derridian concept of listening to the silences in the text. All that the translator can hope to do is to try to listen to the marginalized voices that are caught in the web of representation woven by the colonizer. She demonstrated her principles through the translation of 3 of the stories of the Bengali writer Mahashweta Devi, published in Imaginary Maps. Then I come to the first story, which I've taken up for this paper, which is The Breast Giver or Standayini. The story revolves around a woman named Jashoda, whom we can depict as a subaltern woman or substitute marginalized human race. In this story, she was appointed as a professional mother of the Haldar family in post-independent Bengal after the accident of her husband, Kangali Charan. She agrees to do the job as to support her family. According to Spivak, I quote, the protagonist, subaltern Jashoda, whose husband was crippled by the youngest son of a wealthy household after the husband tries to rob the household, becomes a wet nurse for them. Her repeated gestation and lactation support her husband and family. By the logic of the production of value, they are both means of production. In Spivak's view, Jashoda sacrifices the whole life for the betterment of her own family as well as employer's family. In the name of betterment, she was actually dominated by all of them. First, she was dominated by society and then by her husband, as he was forced to have more children in order to produce breast milk. And in the end, she was dominated by her own body as it failed to maintain sound health. This particular instance, different from the outlook of Western feminism, and Spivak points out this as third world women feminism, where women do not have any control over their own body and mind. The second story, Draupadi, which I've taken up for this paper. In this story, Draupadi acquires a new self-definition and becomes the active marker of her own meaning. She refuses to remain the object of a male narrative, asserts herself as subject, and emphasizes on the truth of her own presence. She constructs a meaning which Senanaik simply cannot understand. She becomes that which resists countervailing knowledge, power, and glory. Therefore, he's terribly afraid, and all these things would have been clearly missed by Western translators. Gayatri Spivak Chakrabarti, in a translation, constructs a language of her own by rejecting the binary structures of patriarchal discourses of the political, social, and ideological forces of the society. Thank you.
Just a
Dr.
small
Pragya.
announcement.
Go
Actually, I
ahead.
forgot to mention that the time allotted to each speaker is from 10 to 12 minutes maximum. Okay, because we have 6 papers lined up for the panel. And of course, we'll have to allow some time for question answers. Now, sir, both Professor Tarkeshwar and Dr. Asher, I mean, what is your suggestion as to how are we supposed to proceed? Should we take the question answers, I mean, exactly, I mean, immediately after the presentation of the paper or at the end of the session?
If we are pressed for the time, we'll go at the end. We'll have the presentations first, followed by the discussion at the end.
Okay, okay, sir.
That sounds
And sir, since the session is being chaired by, I mean, the 2 of you, so sir, I'm proposing that maybe the first 3 speakers can be introduced by you and the rest of the 3 by Dr. Asher, if that's convenient for you.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Okay, sir. Okay, so let's proceed with the next paper then.
Okay, now we'll have the second presentation. The second presentation is by Ajay Varma Valluri, who is doing PhD in Department of Translation Studies, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. His paper is titled Translating Poetry, the Idea of Collage Translation. Over to you, Ajay.
Hello. Am
Go
I
ahead.
audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So, I'm Ajay Varma Valluri. I'm currently doing my PhD in Translation Studies from English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. My paper is titled The Concept of Comparative Translating Poetry, the Idea of Collage Translation. So, before going into the idea of collage translation, I generally go through few remarks on translating poetry proposed by few translators or theoreticians of poetry translators. So, when we generally think of translating poetry or poetry translation, we come across the line by Robert Frost, who once said, "Poetry is what lost in translation," by which he means it is almost impossible to translate poetry, or what the poetic elements that is present in the original is very difficult to be caught in translation. Edward Fitzgerald, when he translated Persian rubaiyats into English, he thought that he is giving rebirth to those Persian poets, but in turn, he also felt like it is very difficult to bring them so literally. So what he did is, just a minute, it is echoing for me. Yeah, what he did is, he rather followed sense for sense technique, what they usually call in translation studies, and he noted it is better to have a live sparrow than a stuffed eagle. So he is referring the word-to-word translation or the literal translation of poetry, Persian the rubaiyats, to be like having a stuffed eagle, I mean a dead eagle. So what is prioritizing is the sense translation, what sense he has got through the original, with the original, he is carrying out that in the translation. So which he refers as live sparrow. This metaphor he gives while translating Persian poetry in his foreword. So again, Andre Lefebvre has done quite a great work regarding to poetry translation. One of his book is titled Translating Poetry, 7 Strategies and a Blueprint. In that book, Lefebvre mainly discusses about different ways of translating Catullus' poem. and he comes up with 7 different strategies of translating a poem. Some of them are like phonemic translation, literal translation, poetry into prose, so many. I mean, he divides translating poetry into 7 different types. But yeah, I mean, moving on, I mean, practitioners of translation or translation studies scholars, I mean, they have written much on what Lefebvre has written. I mean, they tried to apply the cataloging of Lefebvre, but there are few limitations on it. Yeah, next, when we come to Indian context, Sujit Mukherjee is the one who worked on multiple translations of a poem. In his book, Translation as Discovery, Mukherjee mainly discusses 2 Bengali poems, one of which is by Jibanananda Das, Banalata Sen, the poem Banalata Sen. He describes how the same poem is translated differently by different translators into English. So by keeping all these considerations, I mean, especially the multiple translations of a poem, I was wondering what difficulties it may pose, the different translations of the poem for the translator who is carrying out the indirect translation. I mean, by referring to those translations in one language, if he is intended to carry them to another language, by which I mean he is trying to do indirect translation, what problems the translator may face. So this paper is more of my personal experience of translating, I mean, indirectly translating Spanish poetry from English to Kannada. So this paper is outcome of my experience in translating Spanish poetry. So I begin my paper by sharing that experience. So a few years ago, when I took up the project of translating Arbol de Diana, it is one of the Spanish poetry collection by unsung Argentinian poetess Alejandra Pizarnik. I thought of translating it into Kannada. So when I thought of translating this poetry collection, Arbol de Diana, so I got one English translation of it. I mean, it is by Everett Seager. So I was amazed when I came across another English translation of the same. The translation is by Cecilia Rossi. It is the different translation of the same book by Cecilia Rossi. I, who thought of depending on Seager's translation, being unaware of any other English translation, went on referring to the translations of Cecilia Rossi in parallel to that of Seager. In the meantime, I came across yet another English translation rendered collaboratively by Joseph Mulligan and Patricia Rossi. Very soon, I got to read a few selected poems in Ana Dini Morales' version, published in an anthology of Latin American poetry. It was the same time when Morales was working on a manuscript of Diana's Tree to publish it in England. Having 3 different translations in hand, being baffled with the differences among all the 3 versions, and waiting for the Morales translation to get published, I wonder if there is any other versions or translation that I left unnoticed. So it was rather a difficult task for me to assess the most suitable version among all, which will serve as my source, rather a secondary source. I neither knew Spanish to ascertain which word choice is appropriate among the different usages, or nor any Spanish speakers who could help me with the primary source. If I had known Spanish, I wouldn't have bothered with these mediating English versions and the task of comparing them. Thanks to my poor knowledge in Spanish, which had put me into this task and made me to realize how different translations of the same poem will be in a complex relationship with one another. And thanks to the Telugu translator, Mukunda Ramarao, by whom I got interested to translate the same poems into Kannada. So when I decided to translate those poems into Kannada, so I first got Seager translation, then others. in the order I mentioned before. After reading all the translations closely and comparatively, I couldn't figure out whose translation is better among all. So each translation is uniformly best or better in its own way with respect to few particular poems under different yardsticks of appreciation. I decided not to solely depend on one translation or a single version, but to devise a new version as a combination of different translations available to me and to carry Kannada translation from that combination created. So the new version that I have devised is such that if one poem in Kannada translation is based on Siegert's version, the other poem is based on Cecilia's version. Sometimes, if the starting lines of a particular poem are based on Mulligan Patrica's version, the ending lines are based on Anna's version. And in most of the cases, a poem is based on different words, phrases, and lines from different English translations. This combination didn't follow any deliberate sequence, but is idiocentrically based on the poetic merit of translations, which were evident in word choice, expression, and artistic temperament. For instance, see the poem from Arbal de Giana with its 4 English translations. This is the Spanish version and followed by its 4 English translations. So I'm not going to read the versions, but I'm quickly going to point out the very differences. I mean, any reader can point out. So by this, I hope the small poem which I have given here with all its available translations is enough to make us wonder if one is reading different translations of the same poem or different poems altogether. It shows how difficult it is to judge a translation, that too when one is insufficient in the language it is written in. Though the Spanish couplet remains a couplet in all the English translations, obviously, no translation among the 4 is in complete similarity with any other translation. Siegert translation is syntactically similar to Cecilia's translation, while Anna says to Mulligan and Rosses. It is only Siegert's version that uses the word some, giving a hint that there might be few other versions that left behind. While the remaining translations use, these are the versions, implying a tone that these are the only versions. It is only Mulligan's Rosses translation that contains the phrase she puts on the table, while the other translations don't have any reference to either she or table. Second line in Rosses' translation is completely the same as in Siegert's, and Mulligan, Rosses, and Morales translations seem to have followed the syntax of the original. Their translation of the second line differs merely by the word choice, hole or the pinhole, and shakes or the trembles. So this is very often when we come with the word choices, because different translators will be having the different word choices. That is not a major issue. But here the hole and tremble are generic, while pinhole and shake are more specific. It is only Morales' translation that includes us in the poem. So the differences that I have pointed among these translations may seem very minor, but are substantial, like different shades of the same color. Out of all the shades, it is obvious that there will be at least one shade that closely corresponds to the color. Similarly, out of all the shades, here I have given the different shades of the color green. So out of all the translations, so similarly to the different shades of a color, out of all the translations, there will be at least one translation that closely corresponds to the original, but cannot be identical if one doesn't know the source language to compare translations against the original. If we combine all the shades, we may get a new shade, which will be as good as the color itself. So in the same way, a combination of different translations may result in a closer version of the original. Thus, considering all the differences, the collage that I have devised from the poem is given as follows. So this is the one. So by making such collages of different poems from the different translations available to me, I translated these collages into Kannada. So I call them as collage translations. I know this, I don't know whether this terminology or this term is right or wrong, but I termed it as such. So all the versions I carried out are collage translations. So as this collage is a combination of words, phrases, and lines taken from different translations and stitched together, the translation of the collage to any other language is what I termed as collage translation. My Kannada translation of Arbol Didiana is largely a collage translation based on the collages. The idea of collage translation through embraces all the available versions, more appropriately all possible interpretations. It makes the idea of secondary source more abstract. It distances the translator who is a translator from the secondary source text. So, and it also distances, if you are considering the norms of faithfulness and fidelity, if one is carrying direct translation, of course, their fidelity or they'll be more focused towards the source text. In the indirect translations, translator will be more focused towards the secondary sources. But what happens in collage translation is they are more focused towards the different translations of the source text, or what I call the collage extracted from those, or the collage formed from those different translators. So this is the experience what I felt. But when I observed later, few Kannada translations of some world poets or some classic poets, when they are translating their poems, few translators are following the same technique. One example I can give is of Kannada translations of German poems of Rilke. So there are many English versions of Rilke poems in English. When translators are translating those poems into Kannada, they are referring various English translations, and they are coming with one combination or their word choices from different translations, and they are making the new version and they are translating the version what they have created themselves. But the main
Ajay, it is time to wind up.
or maybe the main disadvantage what I can say of this version is they never publish the version what they have devised.
Dear sir,
So
dear sir, it is
all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ajay. I will move on to the third presentation now. A role of translation in cultural decolonization by Biswajit Mondal, who is a senior research fellow at Department of English, Ranchi University. Over to Mondal.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, everybody. And at the very beginning, I just want to say that I'm extremely sorry because I'm unable to turn on the video because there are some technical issues. So my topic is role of translation in cultural decolonizations. The term D means that prefix D, I put it in bracket to mean it that translation is not a tool of colonization that was used by the Europeans, but it is also a tool that was molded and refashioned by the post-colonialists to decolonize the culture. So the purpose of my paper is to show that how the colonizers, they use translations as a colonizing tool, and how that same translation was used by the decolonizers to decolonize the culture. And I have divided my paper into three sections. The first section is about the history of translations and the interrelations between translation, language, and culture. And the second part is about that how that translation was used by the colonizers to colonize our India. And in the last part, I have shown that how that tool was again used by the decolonizers to decolonize our India. So the practice of translation was invented by Romans, but it was introduced in Britain by Alfred the Great, King of Wessex. Observing the downfall and the lack of unity among the Anglo-Saxons, he proposed to translate certain Latin books into vernacular language so that he can revive the fortunes of Anglo and Saxons. In the Renaissance period, again, the Old Testament and the New Testament were also translated to pacify the conflicts between the Catholics and the Protestants. And the best example we all know, the Authorized Bible, published in 1611. Thus, the translations was practiced in Britain over the years to spread the message of Christianity, nationalism, and to liberate Britain from the shackles of Rome, because we know that Rome, that Anglo-Saxons once were under the dominations of Rome and Roman Catholics. But in the 18th and 19th century, the Europeans colonizers brought the practice in colonized nation, just like the wine and the fine silk, not only to disseminate their own knowledge and culture or to present a textualized image of the colonized in the European province, but to justify their dominance. And that's why David Curtin, a critic, he defines the term translation in a very metaphorical way. He following the term, the Latin term and its meaning, and the Latin term is translated, meaning to transport. He argues that during the Industrial Revolution, as railroad, rails, bridges, and telegraphy helped to transport raw materials from colonized nations, similarly, translations aided to transport energy and informations in the European nations. The Indian historian, the famous historian Ranajit Guha, also said the same thing, and he said that colonialism was reinforced in India by multiple discourses, and one of the discourses was translations. George Steiner, he classified this translation into three categories. The first one is the word for word, the second one is the sense for sense, and the last one is interanimation or interpenetrations. Now, word for word translation is an act of substitution of equal verbal signs for those in the original. The practice is highly questionable because it is very much difficult to find out the equal signs in the target language. The second type is the sense for sense translations, and sense for sense translation has also a different kind of problem. And the problem is that whenever a text is translated from the source text to the target text, then it always gets influenced with the ideological and cultural aspects of the translator, and thereby it loses its cultural meaning. So that's why a critic Basnet says that language is the heart within the body of culture, and it is the interaction between the two that results in the continuations of life energy. In the same way that a surgeon operating the heart cannot neglect the body that surrounds it, so the translator treats the text in isolation from the culture at his or her peril. Steiner favors interanimation or interpenetration, which is a dialectic of fusion in which identity survives, altered but also strengthened and redefined by the virtue of reciprocity. During the colonizing missions, the European translators, they followed the pattern of sense for sense translation to prove their superiority and to justify their dominance on the colonized nations. Some of the translations are mentioning the translations ordinance of a code of Gentile laws, or the ordinance of the Pandits by Nathaniel Brassey Hallett, and Charles Wiking's Gita, that means Bhagavad Gita. Then William Jones' Manusmriti. And there are more examples like that. And in all those translations, the European translator, they tried to present the Indian culture as uncivilized, as barbaric. In a later by Jones, he said that I am quoting, Hindus are always constructed as submissive. Sorry, Hindus are always the submissive, indolent nation, unable to appreciate the fruits of freedom, desirous of being ruled by an absolute power, and sunk deeply in the mythology of an ancient religion. In a later, he points out again that Hindus are incapable of civil liberty, for few of them have an idea of it, and those who have do not wish it. So thus, the Indians are always presented as uncivilized. They don't have any knowledge of freedom, and if they have the knowledge of freedom, then they never want to celebrate it. Rather, they always want to be under the dominations of the Europeans. So thus, by translation, they presented the Indians as a very weak section. Now, on the one way, thus translation was used to present the non-Western as submissive weak. On the other hand, by translation, they wanted to establish their own religion, their own language in the non-Western society. Now, why I am talking about the language? Because language is very much important, because language is not only a means of communication, but the collective memory bank of a people, which carries the memory of a nation's history and culture and formulates a collective identity. And the European colonialists therefore always targeted to demolish the language of the natives, either by making the translations or making their language mandatory in the educational institutions. Ngugi Thiong'o, an African writer, he talked about this in his own autobiography, and he said that whenever anyone was caught speaking in vernacular language or native language, he was punished, he was humiliated. Even a seat was stamped on his back, and where it is written that I am a means culprit, like that, means a humiliating word. But after the independence, even that Ngugi Thiong'o, he also refused to write in English language, and he started to write in Giku and Somali language. Like Ngugi Thiong'o, an Indian writer, rather, he also opposed that English language. But after independence, some of the decolonizers, they faced some difficulty. And the difficulties I like that in the multilingual nations, it was very difficult to communicate with the other nations who have the different language. And similarly, that there was no regional fonts in which their language can be printed, their writing can be printed. So that's why some of the writers like Chinua Achebe, he said that, just let me quote, Chinua Achebe, he said that I feel that English language will be able to carry the weight of my African experience, but it will have to be a new English, still in full communion with its ancestral home, but altered to suit its new African surroundings. Like Chinua Achebe and Ngugi Thiong'o, who at the very beginning opposed English language, he also said that we need to move to translations, but first of all, we need to change the language. We need to reform the language, and that's why they followed two methods: abrogation and appropriation. And by this method, they have changed the syntax. They have also included new words from the vernacular languages, and thus the language was also changed. And in the Indian context, if we take the example of R.C. Datta's translation of Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Rig Veda Upanishads and Rig Veda and Upanishads, there he says that Datta said that I have written those books to glorify the cultural heritage of India, and shows how the Hindu epics could be ranked alongside the Iliad and Odyssey. Besides R.C. Datta, we can also take the example of Rabindranath Tagore, who translated his own poetry into English, and the product is Gitanjali, where we find that alongside the English translation, he has included the Indian culture in it. Besides Rabindranath Tagore, there are many more examples like Salman Rushdie, Amitabh Ghosh, Dina Mehta. All of them, they transform the English language, and they included so many vernacular terms in it. They also transformed the syntax. So thus this translation was used, or we can say that
Dear
within
sir,
1 minute, sir.
2 minutes, please.
Okay, so this translation was used, reformed to decolonize the nations. So that's it, sir.
Thank you, Mondal, for your paper. Now I request upon.
Yes, I will take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
Okay, so we have our fourth panelist. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Anurda Kumari from the Department of English in Ranchi University, and the title of the talk is A Study of the Role of Translation in Comparative Literature. Please.
Dr. Astra, actually, there are some technical glitches on the side of Anuradha. So I think by the time she joins, we can have the next talk.
Okay, sure thing. So let's move on to Dr. P. Rebecca from BSK College. That's a constituent unit of BBMK University, Dhanbad. And the title of her talk is Translation in the Age of Digital Humanities. And please, to the rest of our panelists, please keep to 10 to 12 minutes so we have time for everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. All the panelists here and all the persons concerned, thank you so much for having me on the panel. The topic on which I'm going to talk about today is translation in the age of digital humanities. Am I audible? Voice clear, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now, it was not until the final decades of the 20th century that the digital age set in. 20 years into the 21st century, and we are still only beginning to grasp the full meaning of this revolution in information storage, retrieval, and analysis. Humanities computing was a term which was first used in the context of literature and digitization yoked together. The term being used now is digital humanities. Both are umbrella terms used to describe a wide variety of methodological and technological approaches to all facets of humanities. Instead of being informed by user experience research, digital translation software is designed through machine algorithms that predominantly measure grammatical and lexical accuracy. Most current digital translation tools operate on a translation as replacement model. We may say that translation technology is the use of software tools that support the process of converting written text from one language to another. As in the case of most work aided by technology, translation technology tools can increase productivity, accuracy, and overall effectiveness, which is especially coming handy in the field of humanities. Now, translation is important in a world where over 7,000 spoken languages are there, as it allows people to communicate and understand each other's thoughts and cultures without having to learn a second language. Now, although fundamentally humanistic discipline and an activity that takes its drive from human action, translation studies has only very recently started to consider complexity as a suitable paradigm. After 4 decades of reductionist thought, complexity signals the need for translation studies to acknowledge entropy, the tendency of the universe towards disorder, and the decentralization of translation activities as a characteristic of translation activities in more recent years. Perhaps more significantly, complexity raises the problem of new methodologies that are capable of revealing the end dimensionality of any translation act. Rather than being informed by user experience research, digital translation software is designed through machine algorithms that predominantly measure grammatical and lexical accuracy. Translation technology is the use of software tools that support the process of converting written text from one language to another. As is the case of most work aided by technology, translation technology tools can increase productivity, accuracy, and overall effectiveness. In this context, there's a possibility of aligning translation studies with the latest developments in digital humanities and of seeing translation scholarship and scholarly collaborations in translation studies as profoundly non-linear. Capturing the multiplicity of translation discourses is essential for mapping out the complexity underpinning the discipline of translation studies. Digital humanities was first started as the compilation, digitization, and visualization of ample amounts of archival works of particular writers and artists, such as the projects of Rossetti Archive and William Blake Archive at the beginning of the 21st century. It has witnessed exponential expansion over the last decade. The recent rapid advances in modern computing and information technology have given rise to more new digital tools and methods, including hypermedia, data visualization, text mining, digital mapping, and so on all of which have been applied in DH to foster systematic and scholarly study of these digital resources. Such a study has a distinctive interdisciplinary nature. This field of study is part of the more general classical reception studies that try to analyze the influence and adaptation of classical text in modern and contemporary literature, theater, cinema, and many other artistic fields. While Greek texts have been analyzed by scholars for more than 2,000 years, research about classical translation is not yet the most renowned subject. In recent years, this theme has raised a growing interest in the academic community. Anything visual that is accessible to photography can be digitized. Computers have been part of our disciplinary lives for well over 2 decades now. During this time, digital humanities have accumulated a robust professional apparatus that is probably more rooted in English than any other departmental whole. An organization called the Alliance of Digital Humanities Organization hosts a well-attended annual international conference called Digital Humanities. It grew out of an earlier annual series of conferences hosted jointly by the Association for Computers and Humanities and the Association for Literary and Linguistic Computing since 1989. Digital humanities are also known as humanities computing, is a field of study, research, teaching, and invention concerned with the intersection of computing and the disciplines of humanities. It is methodological by nature and interdisciplinary in scope. It involves investigation, analysis, synthesis, and presentation of information in electronic form. It studies how these media affect the disciplines in which they are used and what these disciplines have to contribute to our knowledge of computing. At its core, then, digital humanities is more akin to a common methodological outlook than an investment in any one specific set of texts or even technologies. In the space of a little more than 5 years, digital humanities has gone from being a term of convenience used by a group of researchers who had already been working together for years to something like a movement. Individual scholars routinely now identify themselves as digital humanists. There is an unusually strong sense of community and common purpose manifested, for example, in events such as the Day of Digital Humanities organized by the team at the University of Alberta. Digital humanities, which began as a term of consensus among a relatively small group of researchers, is now backed on a growing number of campuses by a level of funding, infrastructure, and administrative commitments that would have been unthinkable even a decade ago. Even more recently, the network effects of blogs and Twitter at a moment when the academic field is facing of massive changes linked to both new technologies and the changing political and economic landscape have led to the construction of digital humanities as a free-floating signifier, one that increasingly serves to focus the anxiety and even outrage of individual scholars over their own lack of agency amid the turmoil in their institutions and professions. This is manifested in the intensity of debates around open access publishing, where faculty members increasingly demand the right to retain ownership of their own scholarship, meaning their own labor, and disseminate it freely to an audience apart from or parallel with more traditional structures of academic publishing, which in turn are perceived as outgrowths of dysfunctional and outmoded practices surrounding peer review, tenure, and promotion. Digital humanities today is about a scholarship and a pedagogy that is publicly visible in ways to which we are generally unaccustomed. Scholarship and pedagogy that are bound up with infrastructure in ways that are deeper and more explicit than we are generally accustomed to. A scholarship and pedagogy that are collaborative and dependent on networks of people that live an active 24/7 life online. We would wish for the same in our English department also. The history of digital humanities goes back to the 1940s and 50s, when the Jesuit scholar Roberto Busa acted as a pioneer in this field in 1946, as also the English professor Josephine Miles, whose work may be dated to the early 1950s. At the beginning of the 21st century, digital humanities was in the form of compilation, digitization, and visualization of ample amounts of archival works of particular writers and artists. The advent of personal computing and the World Wide Web meant that digital humanities could become less centered on text and more on design. The multimedia nature of the internet has allowed digital humanities to incorporate audio, video, and other components in addition to text. Time running short, I understand that. So I'll just end off with this one. The internet as a whole has been revolutionary for translation in the field of digital humanities. The internet has also revolutionized the field of digital humanities by providing more tasks to be translated. Traditionally, translations have come in the form of political, religious, or literary text. However, there are now a whole range of texts that have to be translated, such as websites, computer software, and subtitles for streaming services. With such a wide variety of content, there is a focus on the requirements of specific audiences in geographic, linguistic locales, often referred to as localization. Translation in the field of digital humanities has a wonderful present and a bright future. Thank you so much for having me and giving me this opportunity, and for having the patience to hear me out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rebecca. That was wonderful. We move on to Anurda Kumari. I think, are you able to give the talk now? Or should we move forward to the sixth presentation?
So I think she has not been able to join till now. So I think we should move to the sixth one.
Okay. So our final panelist is Dr. Kumari Bharti Singh, an assistant professor at the Department of English, Ranchi Women's College at Ranchi University in Ranchi. And the title of her talk is The Importance of Translation in the Present Scenario. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good morning to the dignitaries present over here, and also a very good morning to the participants who are here. Myself, Dr. Kumari Bharti Singh, Ranchi Women's College, and the paper on which I am going to present is Importance of Translation in Present Scenario. The importance of translation in present scenario. Translation is important in the world of two spoken languages because it allows people to communicate and understand each other's thoughts and cultures without having to learn a second language. We also seem to understand and communicate ourselves better in our nature language. And though people speak more than one language, however, the importance of translation in today's world goes way beyond that. A survey commissioned by European Commission in European Commission in 2012 found that about a quarter of European population could comprehend an English news article. In addition to truly comprehend the meaning of a language, it is not necessary for you to learn it orally or in written form or to know its grammatical laws. It is important to consider the cultural factors inherent in the culture of that language, such as its traditions and beliefs. And the task of translation is to translate all these linguistic and cultural peculiarities into the language and culture of the target. Ultimately, the key purpose is to ensure everybody respects the original materials and retains its meaning. In this context, you can take an example of India, where India is considered as multilingual country. The National Curriculum Framework 2005 states that India is a multilingual society made up of numerous regional and local cultures. For knowing the cultures of our own country, it is important to translate the text written in their own regional languages. In the history of Indian English literature, a large number of writers are there who has written in their own mother tongue. And their writings takes place in the Indian English literature. It was possible because of translation only. And for example, a Bengali writer, Mahashweta Devi, book Draupadi was written in Bengali and was translated in English by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. Because of translation, mythical books, epics, legends, and sages are known all over the world. We know about Ramayana, Mahabharata, Gita, Bible, Quran, and many more. We would not have been able to read the works of great writers and thinkers such as Plato, Aristotle, Darwin, Einstein, Varahamihir, Kalidas, Anton Chekhov, and many more. His works received worldwide recognition because it was translated into English and most languages of the world. Translation can be categorized in different forms like literary translation, commercial translation, legal translation, technical translation, medical translation, website translation, script translation, and many more. In literary translation, the translation of literary works like novels, stories, plays, and poems, it is usually considered the highest form of translation, as a literary translation is so much more than just conveying the meaning and context of the document in the source language, in the target language. It involves the suitable translation of humor, culture, nuances, emotions, feelings, and other subtle elements of a specific word. Many literatures believe that it is very difficult, if not possible, to convey works of literature, especially poetry. Commercial literature, this kind of translation entails a translator to own specialized skills like the industry to which the business belongs and knowledge of the business jargons. The type of text in the translation of commercial documents could include reports, business correspondence, company accounts, tender accounts, memos, and so on. Next one is legal translation. This is the most complicated translation, which generally involves marriage certificates, translations, and birth certificate translations, agreements, translating contracts, memorandums, treaties, bills, and so on. Next one is technical translation. It can be understood into two different ways. In its broadcast sense, it is about translating user manual, internal notes, instruction leaflets, financial reports, medical translations, and so on. In its most limited sense, technical translation refers to technical documents like engineering, IT, electronics, mechanics, and industrial text. Fourth one is medical translation. Any medical content that is related to the patient, like packaging, labels, instructions, or software, and content that is related to the product, like clinical trial paperwork. It is genuinely imperative that the translation services providers are experienced, have the necessary knowledge, and are in-country experts. Website translation, we are of course discussing website copy, subtitles for videos on your web pages and every other documents you have there. Script translation, many famous TV shows and movies that come out of Hollywood are dubbed into multiple languages and released worldwide. Sometimes the film is from foreign languages and translated into English and other European languages, like the Telugu language blockbuster Bahubali, which was released in both German and Chinese, among other languages. The Harry Potter series was also released in tons of languages, but for these release to happen, the scripts have to be translated first and then the dialects. And now we look an eye on benefits of translation. There are many benefits of translation, as we have already discussed that, and reach a larger audience. The major advantage you get from translation is that a large audience can be reached. Translation companies appeal to organizers worldwide by expanding their purposes, brand, and goals to people all across the globe. Create a common understanding. Information technology is rapidly growing. Nowadays, with technical translation, you will be able to form a common understanding of many different languages that will give an advantage to your business massively. Protects your business reputation. While you might be familiar with a language that you are translating, it top 10 language translation for international business will take you above and beyond. Accomplish legal matters and successes. Translation sometimes goes beyond business development. If you are working with someone who does not speak English, the legal translation will help you communicate clearly for any proposal you are attempting to make. Translation for travel and tourism. Translation has had the biggest impact in the field of travel and tourism. From brochures and documents to terms and conditions agreements, translation has assisted the field to offer exceptional experience to travelers in various languages. When we discuss about the so many fields of translation and benefits of translation, there is one more important thing in the field of translation, that you have to choose perfect translator. So when it comes to selection of translation, you have two options. You may either go for human translation or machine translation. Human translation is the most accurate type of translation. A human translation will take your document, translate it into another language, and then proofread it to make sure that there are no mistakes. However, although human translation is the most accurate and reliable, it's also the most expensive. Second one is machine translation. Machine translation is a process by which a computer program is used to convert text from one language into another. This type of translation is most effective when it's used to translate short documents like product manuals or simple user guides. Importance of literary translation: it promotes shared values, it enriches and revitalizes languages, it revitalizes literary sources, it regenerates literature, it provides valuable teaching tools, it develops new readers and writers. It leads to the development of new markets. It contributes to economic growth. So translation of literary works may seem like a tough task, but it is a creative one that is interesting in itself. A translated book or poem may attract readers and enthusiasts of other regions who might have wished to get their hands on the translated version. However, the translation of literary text should contain certain elements so that they can be read across the globe. There are many more fields where the translation is important, and now we'll discuss on importance of translation in mass media. Mass media and communication are a vital part.
Kumari, we have perhaps 1 or 2 more minutes, please, because it's already beyond the time. Thank you.
Okay, sir. There are we are discussing about the importance of translation, and in this very process, there are many more challenges faced by mass media and communication, faced in the field of education, faced in the field of literature. So apart from all these challenges, we can say that the translation services are still very demanding in our world today. Our multilingual and multicultural world is at a place where the demand for clear and effective communication between cultures and languages is very high. Schools, companies, medical missions all get advantages from the incorporation of translation. There are multiple organizations that deliver translation services which not only guarantee you the error-free translation, but also help you in boosting sales and revenue. Just the right research and you will get a company that fits perfectly in your requirements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I apologize for having to cut short the different talks, but just so we have time for Q&A. So thank you very much to all the participants. I think if it's okay by the organizers, I have a few questions. Just a question for each panelist, something that came to mind, and I would love to hear what they say. Do we have time?
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you again for a wonderful panel and for the fascinating talks by everyone. So I had a few questions for everyone, and I'll start from the beginning. So for Dr. Shukla, you spoke in an interesting way about the feminist translation in a particular national culture. And I wanted to ask, after you quoted von Flotow, what would you say about different translation feminisms in different national cultures? Can we compare them? Are there differences? Are there similarities? Because you spoke about the ideological and political contexts in which we may discuss translation feminism. And if you could say a few words about a cross-cultural perspective on translation feminism. And then after that, I'd like to hear just one comment for AJ, who spoke about collage translation for the translation of poetry. And it's interesting that the historical roots for your interesting presentation go back to the Middle Ages, when translators had no access to one stable source text, so they had to rely on a translation from here and a translation from there, and they had to travel to the other side of the continent to get pieces and fragments of the translation. So this kind of collage translation that you propose actually has historical roots in the medieval times, when a translator simply had no access to the source text, but sometimes two translations of the source text. And then one comment to Dr. Mondal about, I wanted to ask you, you spoke about cultural decolonization, translation and decolonization, and I was wondering if you found phenomenon of language ideology, by which I mean how the colonizers spoke of the language of the colonized, saying that their language was, you know, A, B, C, incapable of doing this or capable of doing that. Did they essentialize the language in itself, in a meta discourse about the language of the colonized? And then one question for Dr. P. Rebecca. This is very convincing, and digital humanities, I agree completely, and is so promising an approach today, and interdisciplinary perspectives are. I completely sympathize with your cause. I wanted to ask if you can maybe say something particular about machine translation in particular. How would you characterize digital humanities approach to the question that is so relevant to today's translation practice and use, which is the ubiquitous rise of machine translation? And finally, to Dr. Kumari, again, the importance, the significance of translation in the present time as a cultural bridge and as a significant cross-cultural communication. I agree completely. I wonder, how can we correspond this with what many people feel is a decline in the status of the human translator, a worrying decline in where the human translator feels that their profession is under a threat with the rise of machine translation and capitalist, hyper-capitalist trends in the language industry today. Okay, so I took up too much of our time. If any of the panelists wish to say anything about these comments, I would love to hear. And once again, thank you so much for inviting me and for the wonderful talks.
Hello. Audible. I'm Vishnu Mondal from Ranchi University. I presented the paper, the role of translations in cultural decolonization, and that question is wonderful. Though I don't know the answer, but it will create a kind. Means I'll try to explore more. That why did the language, the non-Western language was netted, or in a way that language was means presented in an uncivilized way or not. But all my answer is that though they never directly said it, that non-Western languages is barbaric and the non-Western signs are not able to explain any, but in an indirect way, some of the historians they said it that whenever the Europeans they reached at the bank of Ganga, the Indian people they gathered there and they gathered there to take the English books. So in a way, they wanted to mean it that the English people did love more to the English book rather than the Indian book, and in Western culture rather than the Indian culture. So that is my point. I don't know whether I have answered the question, but I'll try to explore more in future.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So I would like to answer the question you put to me about machine translation. So machine translation, basically, it's a subfield of computational linguistics, and it uses different softwares, as I understand, online translating tools to translate text, documents from one language to another. But then empty machine translation has become quite popular, and it's being used widely in businesses and in commerce in different industries. I understand that, and they are using all different kinds of translation tools like Google, Bing, Babylon, and others. But then there is a great need for improvement. When you come to literary translation, these kinds of translating tools are actually not of much help, because the translation that is done using these translators do not give you the exact translation. It might be close to what the original says, but then there's a lot of variation, lots of mistakes, we could say, that are made. And I suppose till date, human translation is better than machine translation so far as literature is concerned. That's what I would say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ajay, you can also answer
Hello.
the question put forth by Lakshmi and also by the other chair.
Yeah, I'll first respond to comment given by Professor Aisha. So yeah, it is true that this concept of collage translation, it has some historical roots. The best example I can give is of Bible translation. So the King James version of the Bible, while they are preparing that version, I mean translating that version, in the very preface they mentioned, our intention is not to do the new translation or translate it newly, but rather to make the good one better. So by which they mean they followed various versions available to them, and they came up with the new version, which they called King James version. But the problem is, I mean, yeah, there are historical roots. So the main problem with this concept is it is difficult to ascertain to which version they are relying the most, and why they are relying to that version the most, why they are taking more from that version and less from this version. So these all things differs from who is translating it again. I mean, if I am relying on the other language, mediating language, the way I do it will be, of course, different from the way others do. The way I pick, the others may pick it differently. So yeah, I mean, there are many things to explore in this concept.
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
So I didn't read the question by Ma'am Lakshmi. I should. Yeah, she is saying different translators must have had their own priorities and preferences. Yeah, of course, every translator will have his own or his or her own priority and preference. Yeah, again, the new translator who is referring to those translations, he of course will make his own preference out of those preferences available to him. I mean, there is nothing new in it, is what I feel.
The question was specifically about your translation. What principle you adopted while choosing the
Okay. There is
versions that were available to you.
Oh, I missed the above portion. Okay, this is a yeah. Okay, so by consulting the various versions available to me, basically what I did is selecting the lines that may seem more poetic to me. Again, there is a problem of what is poetic and what is not poetic. People may ask. I mean, it is again by personal choice. If I am picking this word, and if I can find a better equivalent in Kannada, and I can bring the poetic effect in Kannada, maybe that word I prefer. That word in the version among the four, I may prefer. So the choice mostly depends on the mostly depends on how poetic the choices are, which are made by translators, because we don't know whether is it that poetic in the original or not. And also various factors come in, like musicality of the version, the sound the particular translator has used, or sometimes to bring in the rhyme, some translators pick out the different words to forcefully bring the rhyming in the translation. So this may be also the possibility for picking. So there are many things. So for me, in each selection, yeah, mostly I concentrated on the poetic effect, I can say.
Dr. Ascha, could you please repeat your question for Dr. Pragya Shukla? Actually, she had lost connection in between. Please repeat the question for her once again.
Yes, I was wondering, you spoke in an interesting way about translation feminism or feminist approaches to translation. And I was wondering if you could speak of, in a comparative way, or is it worthwhile thinking in a comparative way about different translation feminisms in different national cultures? Because you spoke of the ideological and political contexts of translation from a gender perspective, but these may be different in different national cultures. I'll say it concretely. Is von Flotow's translation feminism different from a translation feminism in India? That was my question.
Yes, sir. I very rightly have put the question, and you're right that the translation process, the translation work of that belong to different parts of the globe may not be relevant for all kinds of feminisms spread across the globe. That is why the translators try to, like Spivak has said in her work, that she submits to the work, and then she tries to become one with the culture, and only a person belonging to, she pointed out, to the third world feminism, to the third world will be able to understand the problems of third world feminism, and the Western feminists will not be able to relate, and they will interpret those situations on a very superficial level. So if you want to translate a work in a better way, then you have to somewhere belong to that culture, understand that culture, submit to that culture before you take up a work to translate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any other questions for any of the presenters? Anybody from the audience? If there are any questions, any further questions, we can have that.
Ma'am, I am Bharti Singh, and there was a question asked to me regarding human translation. And for that, I have to say that on this topic, my topic was importance of translation in present scenario, and I have presented many more topics. And on this very topic on human translation, I have not discovered much more about this topic, but whether I have read, whatever I have read, I could say that human translation is the most accurate translation. Though in this digitalized world, it seems like backward because machine translation are in trained. It's now the time is going very fast, and with the help of machine translation, we could translate many more things in a very short span of time. But when we talk about human translation, we can say that it's a very good source of translation. And that's on.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the panelists for their answers and interesting talks.
Are there any questions? No questions? Yeah. Let me offer my comments.
Sir, actually, we have a provision for announcing the best paper of the session. So, sir,
Okay.
if you and Dr. Asker can together decide, the best paper of this session.
Oh, should that happen online in front of everyone, the deliberations?
If you wish, you can declare, sir, if you feel.
Okay, first let me offer my comment, then we'll think about the modalities of working it out.
Okay, sir. As you please, sir.
Yeah. Thanks to all the paper presenters, we had a variety of papers presented in this panel, starting with the question of feminist translation, how female translators bring in certain kind of intervention in the translation. So the Marshweta's stories translated by Spivak has been already noted by many scholars that she brings in a certain kind of Marxist feminism into those stories, while Marshweta herself says that she mainly represents class, not gender. But in Spivak's translation, gender comes to the forefront. So especially the story of Sanadaini, Spivak herself analyzes it vis-a-vis the another translation called Breast Giver. So in that sense, the issue of subjectivity of the translator coming into the translation, that question was raised even in the previous panel, was addressed by this particular paper. And then Ajay Verma's paper, his own experiment of translating a Spanish poetry into Kannada through the multiple versions in English that were available to him, as Professor Asher also said, complicates the notion of the source text itself. So in a pre-modern world, we had multiple source texts available to us, either oral versions or even if they are manuscript versions, several manuscripts available to you. So in that sense, looking at these multiple versions, either oral or written manuscripts, you create your own version in another language. So in that sense, this kind of practice that Ajay Verma speaks about, what he calls as collage translation, actually problematizes the normative notions about translation, where we have one source text one target text and one ideal translator and one equivalence, that kind of normative model. So I think we need to explore more to come out with different non-normative models, which are pre-modern or even you can say pre-colonial in Indian context too. And the third paper again addresses the issue of decolonization. The role of translation in colonization and the role of translation in nationalism and the role of translation in decolonization is being addressed from the last 25, 30 years. And in fact, the translation studies grew up in India along with post-colonial discourse. So in that sense, the translation studies cannot be separated easily from post-colonial discourse in India. But it is interesting to see, even after 2-3 decades, we are still talking about role of translation in decolonizing our culture. But it is also important to see, as Ajay Verma's paper and the comment by Asha says, decolonizing translation studies. I think that's where we need to focus on. Some of the normative models that we have imported from the West doesn't easily fit into the practices that exist in India, either in the present or in the past. So trying to decolonize translation studies would require us to look at the practices here and theorize them. In that sense, it is not only decolonizing the culture, but also decolonizing translation. But it is also important to understand at this point, decolonizing language, is it possible? Because our languages are colonized, our languages have been recast. But the way I am putting it sounds very negative. If I put it in a different way, it might sound positive. Many of the languages of India were modernized during this period. They acquired certain kind of standardization, either in script or in terms of the language, and acquired some of the languages acquired dictionaries, some of the languages acquired grammar. A certain kind of fixity was given to these languages because of the efforts of the colonizers as well as the missionaries in the 18th and 19th century. Some of the languages became the vehicles of modernity in the 20th century. If you are saying that we are going to decolonize our languages and our cultures through decolonizing languages, what are we thinking of it? What does that project entail? It is not simply asserting India or Hindutva that can be called as decolonization. Decolonization is, what do we mean by that? Or where do we pitch the project of decolonization? Is it only at the level of politics? As Partha Chatterjee would say, that the thematic and the problematic of the discourses of colonialism and nationalism were similar. But only the problematic, the questions raised through the thematic were different because we were opposing their politics. But the larger theoretical framework is still the same. And we have to use the language that was fashioned during 18th and 19th century today. Is it really possible to go back? And if we go back and we survey today, are the questions that we need to address when we talk about decolonizing language and decolonizing culture in India? Because the colonization had a very complex interaction with the multiple forces that existed in what we today call as India. So in that sense, the nuances of it and the intricacies of it, we are yet to grapple with it. And then also different kinds of colonization. We had French colonization, Portuguese colonization, and the British colonization, and all of them are not the same. Though we might put together the missionaries and the colonial administrators together in their efforts at looking at our culture and language, but there are variations too. And the colonialism wanted to do certain things. That is the intent, quote unquote, intent of the colonial discourse. Whether the intent was realized here or not, in spite of the intent of the colonial discourse, something else was happening here. That is precisely the translation. The way we translate the colonial discourse is antithetical to the intent of the colonial discourse itself. So that kind of nuanced way of looking at the translations that happened in the 19th century and even early 20th century needs to be looked at from the translation studies scholars. And the question of digital humanities, yes, again, the digital humanities is gaining ground, and even within translation studies, it has gained a lot of ground. Corpus-based studies is quite normal today in translation studies. Of course, machine translation is also there. In that sense, digital humanities is not something that is quite far away from translation studies. So already the work is being done. Yes, of course, in India, not much work is done in terms of corpora-based translation studies. For that, we need to have parallel corpora. So this creating parallel corpora and then digitalizing the existing translations will also help us. Because we have multiple translations of the same text from other languages into Indian languages, creating the parallel corpora of these translations and also trying to compare how, for example, in Hamlet translated in Kannada and Bengali and Hindi or Telugu would help us enormously. That kind of resources for digital translation studies is the need of the hour. And then again, for machine translation and the debate between machine translation and the human agency, I would always say that for me, translation is not simply the process of matching the equivalence that already exists in two languages. If that is the case, machine will do it better than us. But translation is a process of creating equivalence where none exist and owning the responsibility of making certain things as equivalent. So I will stop here, and I thank all the paper presenters for allowing this wonderful discussion to happen here. And I also thank my fellow chair, Dr. Omri Asha, for being here and also with chipping in with his useful comments and questions. Thank you, everyone. Professor Asher, would you like to go for naming the best paper of the panel?
This is very, very difficult for me because they were
I will
all
agree
great.
with whatever the decisions that you take.
What?
I agree with whatever the decision that you take.
So again, all the papers were wonderful and I learned a lot from all of them. I think maybe for me, and this is subjective and it doesn't mean that the other papers are less good. They are all on a par and are wonderful. For me, the talk about translation in the age of digital humanities was, I connected it. I would choose it as the paper from this panel, but again, they were all wonderful and I appreciate all of them.
Okay, congratulations to Dr. P. Rebecca. Dr. Rebecca, do you have anything to say to that?
Thank you so much, sir, for connecting with my paper and for liking it. I'm so very humbled and I'm so very grateful, thankful to you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, all the others. Thank you.
So congratulations to Rebecca and also all other participants.
Thank you.
Because there will be only one prize in the panel. So, but it doesn't mean that all other papers were not good. And I also thank the organizers, the Amity University, Jharkhand, for having me here and allowing me to preside over this wonderful session. Thank you.
Okay, so on that note, we wind up this first technical session of today. Sincere gratitude, thanks to Professor Tarkeshwar Bibi and Dr. Omri Asher, first of all, for gracefully consenting to be a part of the conference, for honoring our request, for your valuable time, and also for the feedback. And we also thank all the paper presenters and the participants for making the session so come alive. So on that note, we part for a break. The next technical session is scheduled to be held at 3 o'clock Indian Standard Time.
Thank you so much. And thank you again to the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Absolutely.
मोबिन सर इसको ऑन ही रखे.
ओके मैम, ओके. रिकॉर्डिंग पॉज कर देता हूँ.
ठीक है. तो 3:30 तक 3 o'clock तक इसको ऑन ही ऐसे ही छोड़ देते हैं, and then 3 o'clock we will join ना.
Yes, yes,
ब्रोशर को डिस्प्ले कर देते हैं तब तक.
Yes, yes, मैम, बिल्कुल.
The other session chair to join us, and then we will begin. Dr. Catherine has not joined us yet, so we are just waiting for Dr. Catherine to join, and we will start now.
No problem. I'm here. I'm right here.
Thank you so much. Professor Moitra, we have a question for you. If you could tell me, did you join using the link given in the mail ID, or did you join using the link separately sent to you over the mail? Or was there any other mail that you received from the IT team?
I got it on mail yesterday and today, but I used yesterday's mail to join. Is
Okay,
there a
because-
problem?
Yeah,
Because
Dr.
there was
Katz-
also
Dr.
one
Katz-
area of registration. I tried to use both.
Yes,
And then
yes.
there was a long pro forma of registration, which also I filled this morning.
Yes, yes, that needs to be filled. But I don't know why Dr. Catherine says that she is unable to join through it and it is still showing in the, and she says that I've filled the form, I've used both the links, still I'm unable to join.
But now she has said I joined via the link I received yesterday.
She tried, but she's unable to. She says some webinar mode is being displayed to her and she's unable to enter the conference.
Yes, but just advise her that that webinar mode has to be clicked perhaps, because that's how you enter.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you so
it is a bit not straightforward, but that's fine.
She says I can hear you.
Yeah, indeed. Hello. Yeah, I agree with your discomfiture, but I'm Babli and I have also joined from the mail received yesterday. And eventually, in the morning, I joined, then I joined via the link sent, then I had to fill up the form. But yesterday's link took me straight to the Zoom link, to the program, that is.
Okay, I'll try again. Is a webinar probably, ma'am, I think you need to click that webinar mode, or probably below that you will get a link, because in the second link that you were provided, I don't think there should have been this problem, but still if you are facing it, then it's a matter of
You have to say that you are a panelist. You're joining as a panelist in the webinar mode. I mean, these are two separate.
She is now able to, I think.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, I was just invited as a panelist. So.
Yes, indeed. That's what
Thank
you had to click. Which can be a little confusing because we are now.
I couldn't see, there was no option to do it before.
Yeah, indeed.
So anyway,
Indeed.
so thank you. Thank you.
Not at all.
Really nice
You're
to
so
meet
very
you all.
welcome. Just shared my experience. Yeah, hi everybody. Yeah.
One more. সেটা বলে দাও দেখে নিই।
So let's begin. Okay, so here we begin with the second technical session of the first day of the International Conference on Translation Studies, that is Literary Translations, Trends, Voices, Cultural Identity, and Reframed Realities, organized by Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, Amity University, Jharkhand. First of all, a warm welcome to our esteemed session chairs. We have Professor Babli Moitra Saraf with us first. Professor Babli Moitra Saraf had been the principal of Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi, India. She holds an MPhil in English and a PhD in sociology. She is fluent in several Indian and foreign languages. She has been a scholar under the Italian Cultural Exchange Program, a research associate at the NIDA School of Translation Studies, Misano, Italy, and visiting faculty at NSTS. Her ongoing research examines traditions of orality, embodied languages, and performance. She is a member of the Research Advisory Board of the FUSP NIDA Center for Advanced Research on Translation and of the editorial board of the journal Translation of the FUSP NIDA Center. She is on the scientific board of In Other Worlds project book series on translations from Asia and North Africa. Department of Asian and North African Studies, Ca' Foscari University, Venice, Italy. She serves on the editorial board of Sar Sansar, New Delhi, which translates from original foreign writings into Hindi. Professor Maitreya Saraf translates from Indian languages as well as from Italian into English and Hindi. She has edited and published selected Hindi short stories in English for the Sahitya Academy, India. She has translated Mahashweta Devi's works from Bengali into Italian in collaboration with Maria Federica Udera. Her work, Rajouri Remembered, is a translation of a family narrative from Hindi, Urdu, Punjabi, and oral history. She has co-edited with Shormishta Panja, Performing Shakespeare in India, Exploring Indianness, Literatures, and Cultures. Her publication, Hey Diddle Diddle, Tun Tun Tararara, contains Hindi adaptations of popular English nursery rhymes. Her latest work is the translation of Yaro Ka Yar, a short story by Krishna Sopti, was published in the volume Krishna Sopti, A Counter Archive by Routledge, London and New York. Professor Saraf will be joining. First of all, we extend a warm note of welcome to you, Professor Saraf.
Thank you.
And then Professor Saraf will be jointly chairing this session with Dr. Catherine Martineau, who is also with us. Dr. Martineau is an assistant professor in the Department of Asian and Asian American Studies, as well as Translation Research and Instruction Program, or TRIP, of Binghamton University in the City University of New York. She has done her BA from University of Michigan, MA from Brandeis University, and PhD from University of Michigan. Her research interests include contemporary India, colonial South Asia, semiotic processes of social life, language and media practice, free speech in cultural and historical perspective, the global circulation of Asian religions, gender, sexuality, and kinship. A warm note of welcome to you as well, Dr. Martineau. Very welcome to our conference. And thanks a lot for kindly consenting to be a part of the conference. So ma'am, beginning with the session, ma'am, there's a little unfortunate announcement that 3 of the 6 speakers have just, informed us that they'll not be able to join because of health issues. So one of them will be joining tomorrow. I mean, she'll be presenting her paper tomorrow because she's suffering from throat infection, and the other 2 are not able to join us today. So we'll be beginning with, we'll be beginning with the first paper, and now the second paper, that is Translation of Gender into Arabic and Hindi, a case study of D.H. Lawrence's son by Dr. Ajit Kumar, Assistant Professor of English, KT Government College, Ratia, Haryana, Dr. Serene Kotas, and Ms. Priyanka Mehra, Assistant Professor of English, Government College for Women, Ratia, Haryana. The paper will be presented by Dr. Serene.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Good morning or good afternoon. It's good morning from where I am actually. And I'll be presenting the paper on behalf of Dr. Ajit Kumar and Dr. Priyanka. Allow me to share my screen, first of all. Okay, so I hope that it's quite clear to all of you.
Yes.
Very good. So I'm going on a full mood screen. Okay, very good. So thank you very much for the organizers for having us and for organizing such a wonderful event. I'm really very thrilled to be here. Because I'll be presenting the paper, for that I'm going to limit myself to the Arabic version of the translated work, and my Hindi, it's not very helpful actually to be able to present the other parts. For that, the title will be Translation of Agenda, a Case Study of T.H. Lawrence's Son. And then hopefully, in the paper, my colleagues or co-contributors are going to develop the Hindi version in a much adequate manner. So we start, with the following statement that, the translated product is controlled by social and cultural paradigms that the translator finds themselves challenged with the impact of the work that they are presenting on the readers of their cultures. This is the situation that an Arab translator finds himself or herself in when translating international canonical works that carry cultural, I would say, inappropriate or taboo matters from the perspective of the reader of the host culture. From a social, cultural, and ideological perspectives, this translator is therefore under the pressure between his own culture and his commitment to the meaning of the original work, credibility on the one hand, and the catering to the reader's satisfaction with the work and the acceptance of the translated work in his or her own culture. This we are going to test this through this is a study that's going to pay attention to how we translate gender words and expressions from English into Arabic using T.H. Lawrence's short story, Son. Arabic and English, they are absolutely two different languages. While English is derived from an Indo-European family, Arabic belongs to a Semitic family. Arabic is one of the old Semitic languages spoken in the Middle East, North Africa, and African countries whose religion is Islam. Standard Arabic has absolutely inherited so much of its rules, of its semantic field from the classical Arabic, the language of the Quran, the Muslim holy book. And as I mentioned earlier, in terms of vocabulary, grammar rules, as well as semantic use. These features do absolutely make Arabic stand out as quite different from English, including the alphabet system, stress, punctuation, as well as capitalization. So we are dealing with two different languages. They do not have anything in common. This absolutely is something that the translator has to bear in mind. Something else that the translator is to absolutely be aware of is the fact that we are dealing with a conservative Arabic culture that is essentially a male-dominant culture. And in here, we may really find some sort of a similarity between Arabic culture and English culture during the 1920s, when the book was absolutely written. And in here, we are talking about a society with a clear vision of gender stratification and identity. Hence, the gender becomes some sort of a taboo matter that the translator has to be aware of and to treat with vigilance. This brings me to address the issue of translation of taboo words. According to Oxford Dictionary 2005, taboo is a cultural or religious custom that in a way predicts or that determines how people are to use certain things and certain words in order not to offend and in order not to embarrass the receiver. The word taboo is not Arabic, and hence it has different translation in Arabic that are mainly derived from English. For that, the translator in Arabic has to be aware of the meaning of this particular word and has to be vigilant when dealing with the words that are in a way considered taboo and are to be translated from English into Arabic, and how to maintain that idea of taboo. In here, most of the time we are referring to euphemism as a way of softening certain words that may be found in certain canonical literary works. And this absolutely, in a way, further burdens the translator in terms, I mean, of choosing the adequate words and developing some sort of, I wouldn't say subjectivity, but some sort of a talent, creativity in dealing with the translated word and work as well. The matter, and this brings me to address the issue of norms in translation when dealing with the words that are considered somehow inappropriate in the receiving culture. So it becomes very important for the translator in here to develop an understanding of norms. And in here, I am to deal with Tory's theory of norms in translation. And in here, I would say that Tory's theory explores the intention of the translator in producing correct and acceptable work through the use of a certain words that leads us to investigate two important questions. In here, we are to know, the value and the ideas that a certain community relate to certain words, whether the words are adequate or inadequate, and how to perform an adequate translation. This brings us to differentiate between two essential norms, initial norms and preliminary norms. This is at the background knowledge of the translator, and he has to absolutely to be aware of these norms when translating canonical works. After having this theoretical background, now we may move to the text that we are going to test these knowledge, this particular knowledge on. And the text is actually a shorter story written by D.H. Lawrence, I would say a modernist, a British modernist. The narrative is essentially about a woman named Juliet who was advised by her doctors to travel to a sunny Mediterranean country where she can bask in the sun and benefit from its rays. The protagonist instantly finds herself, I would say, in some sort of a ritual relationship with the sun as she was discovering the mighty force of the sun. She has to leave her house every single day. She would enjoy the sun, and that's very enjoyment led to some sort of a unique relationship that's going to develop some sort of a metaphorical relationship, essentially related to a sexual relationship between the human being and the sun. The images of the women basking in the sun are loaded with a sexual connotation, putting or stressing an integration of the character with the surrounding cosmos that brings her to life. This is further suggested with the fact that the place where she would lay naked was absolutely hidden on a bluff over the sea where she can sunbathe in a private matter. And here I'm quoting from the text that what Lawrence writes, she could feel the sun penetrating her bones, nay, farther even into her emotions and her thoughts. The tension of her emotions began to give away. The cold, dark cloths of her thoughts began to dissolve. She was beginning to feel warm. And the notion of warm in here is definitely to suggest life that she manages to enjoy after so many, I would say, years, or after the darkness that she was in a way experiencing in her own society, in her own culture. The lady in here, probably I forgot to mention earlier, was an American during the 1920s. The symbolic dimension of the sun, drawing from the narrative and the nature, drawing from the natural setting. Actually, Lawrence is known for developing symbols that are absolutely to communicate his vision. Mary Freeman recognizes that this tradition is very much related to a Lawrentian style, explaining that Lawrence frequently derived his symbols from nature, and this grants his elements, his natural elements evoked in this particular short story, as well as in most of his writings. They develop some sort of a symbolic identification. This symbolic identification, they lead us to Lawrence's own philosophy of the blood of a consciousness. Lawrence advocated a life ruled by man's elementary passions and enabled by machines and mental rules. Lawrence's philosophy of a blood consciousness is based on merging the boundaries between the body and the soul, between what would better or what could better materialize his very meaningful act of a love between a human body and the soul of the cosmos, being in here celebrated by the sun. Clearly, Lawrence's sun is loaded with the sexual associations of the urban in New York, where the protagonist of a specific acts from Arabic into from that particular endeavor. Actually, the word sun in English is a masculine word, but when we are to translate it into Arabic, it becomes a feminine word. In Arabic, called tropical, just to say it is acknowledged collectively speaking. So the idea in here, if I am to translate this word sun in a very literal way from English into Arabic, so the meaning would absolutely change. And the idea in here is that I will end up instead of a heterosexual relationship, as I mean, created by the one being a male figure, it's going to turn out into a homosexual relationship, as the translated word shams is a feminine word. And in here, that absolutely to more or to harm the very meaning, created by the author. In here, as a translator, or I feel the need of drawing or using Towi's norms, initial norms and preliminary norms, so that I make the necessary modifications to keep the appropriate meaning, to also advocate at the very same time a heterosexual relationship that was meant by the author, and that it is acceptable in the hosting culture. Because in an Arabic community that is very much a conservative community based on monolithic power of gender relations, also a homosexual relationship will not be acceptable. And for that, as a translator, I have to be aware of these paradigms of gender relations and the gender power, and I have to maintain the very intended meaning by the author. So in here, we are absolutely to understand Lawrence's image of the body and the way he associated that body with masculine virility and how it is very much impossible for us to use a feminine word. And for that, as a translator, I have to change the word sun into Shams to Ilah Shams, or the god of the sun. And the god of the sun in Arabic is definitely a masculine word, and it keeps very much to the actual meaning intended by the author. Though there is, some sort of a creativity from the part of the much needed in here, the spirit of the book, but also it meets the requirements of hosting culture that's going up to relationship rather than a literal translation. Another, this is very much what I was saying earlier about, the need of understanding the power and ideology paradigms controlling the world, the Arabic world, and the translator is to reproduce the patriarchal paradigms with the intended meaning of the author. But our persistent force reinforces women's subordination, and he is therefore, he or she, of course, therefore to conjure to the social images by translating Juliet's relationship with the sun, not in terms, of a female sexual encounter that positioned Juliet in a subordination, but rather, I mean, in granting her power and vitality. And this can only be done within the very image of a mythical relationship. And for that, I use it, the very translation of Ilah Shams, or the god of the sun, in order to maintain that very sense of that very sense, I mean, advocated by the author. In addition to that, there is another problem that arises when translating the love-making scene between the human being and the sun. And in here, as a translator, I find myself entitled to look for adequate language that would set explicitly or that I would not explicitly advocate sexuality as it is considered a taboo in the hosting culture. Hence, the following statement, for instance, she was becoming aware that an activity was arousing. Was arousing. The word "rousing" in here is considered a taboo word, actually, and for that, when translating that very expression, I had to make sure that I wouldn't say, I mean, I wouldn't really advocate the sexual connotation associated with the term, but I would rather maintain an implicit advocation of this relationship. Hence, replacing an activity by something else will veil the sexual dimension. Dealing with Lawrence's that allows me as a translator to deal with Lawrence's sexual imagery, but not in a problematic manner for the hosting reader. So for that, I have to depend on Towery's theory of the norms, the elementary and the preliminary. The initial and the preliminary norms as advocated earlier. This awareness results in a domestication of the original text to meet the expectations of the host reader. And I reach my conclusion by stating that the research into gender issues in translation of a text into Arabic initiates cultural exploration of the issue of gender studies. Cultural differences often determine the possibility or the impossibility of a certain translation, bringing forth the question whether translation is an art of its own or a secondary production of the original text. It simply tried to answer whether the translator could absolutely have some margin of a freedom and of creativity when dealing with the translator, when dealing, I mean, with the text, or he or she is to abide by the rules of culture, and to what extent they are free in translating the original text. And can we really talk about a text that is recreated from a different perspective when, I mean, translating such text, knowing that, knowing the sort, I mean, of gender paradigms that are controlling our translation process. These are my references, and thank you very much for listening. And if there are any questions, I'll be really happy to answer them. Hope I haven't abused of time. So I'll be stop sharing. Stop. Okay.
A question to Professor Saraf and Dr. Martineau. Madam, what do you all say? How are we supposed to proceed? Should we take the question answers immediately, or should we end the session? I mean, get done with the presentations and then go for the question answers? We can either have the presentations first and then open the forum for question answers, or we can have it immediately.
I would vote for doing the presentations first, because that way we're sure everyone will get a chance to fully present.
Yeah, I agree. I'd agree to that, yes.
Okay. So now the next presenter will be the fifth one, that is translating writings of indigenous authors, gaining access to valuable knowledge systems, WRT Jharkhand. The paper is written by Shreya Mrinal, a fifth semester student of journalism and mass communication, Amity University, Jharkhand. Mr. Sudhir Kumar, who's an assistant professor of Amity School of Communication, and Ms. Priya Shom, who's an assistant professor of Amity School of Communication. The paper will be presented by Ms. Shreya Mrinal.
First of all, a very warm good afternoon to one and all present in this conference. We are going to present the research paper on translating writings of indigenous authors, gaining access to valuable knowledge system with respect to Jharkhand. The paper is presented by me, Shreya Mrinal. I am the student of 5th semester of Department Journalism and Mass Communication. Sudhir Kumar, Assistant Professor of Amity School of Communication, and Priya Shom, who is the Assistant Professor of Amity School of Communication. So first of all, I would like to begin our presentation with the shlok of Rigved, Ano Bhadrah Kratvo Yantu Vishwato Dabdhaso Apritas Udbid, अर्थात हमारे पास चारों ओर से ऐसे कल्याणकारी विचार आते रहे जो किसी से ना दबे, उन्हें कहीं से बाधित ना किया जा सके एवं अज्ञात विषयों को प्रकट करने वाले हो, प्रगति को ना रोकने वाले और सदैव रक्षा में तत्पर देवता प्रतिदिन हमारी वृद्धि के लिए तत्पर रहे. Meaning, may good concepts come to us from every side, unbeguiling, unhindered, and beneficial, that the gods ever may be with us for our benefit, our guardians day by day unceasing in their care. So the introduction of our paper is: the traditional beliefs of the indigenous community have always perplexed the light on nature and environment, but the modernized world has transgressed their beliefs because the sources of the translation world have remained very minimal, and thus the concepts have become rigid to understand. And since the word literacy does not always confine itself to the art of symbols, signs, and languages, but also elongates to the root of cultural distinctiveness, its knowledge and translation. This research paper, named Translating Writings of Indigenous Authors, Gaining Access to Valuable Knowledge System with Respect to Jharkhand, is built upon the oblivion of cultural knowledge provided by the indigenous people of Jharkhand. The extensive oral traditions of the Adivasi and indigenous population in India are the source of the country's literary traditions. The poems, which frequently takes the shape of songs or chants, are the reflection of the strong relationship between the natural world and the tribal existence which they have endured for many millennia and have been passed down orally from generation to generation. So before moving forward, it is necessary to understand the practical Indian knowledge system. So before beginning, we must first be clear about the meaning of the word literature. The dictionary meaning of literature is given as written works, especially those considered of superior or lasting artistic merit in the context of India, where there is unbroken living oral tradition with a history more than at least 5,000 years. The meaning of literature for our present purpose has to be extended mean composition to include the works composed and transmitted orally from generation to generation. The classical literature of India is usually described as Chaturdas Vidyasthanas, the 14 consisting of the 4 Vedas, the 6 Vedanganas, Itihas, Dharma Shastra, Darshan, and Nyaya. Although indigenous knowledge system goes back more than 5,000 years back, it has still not gotten the value and respect as a literature it should have received. So our third slide asks about what is indigenous writing. So in Jharkhand, the indigenous population is profoundly identified as Adivasi. The words Adi and Vasi together means original inhabitant since the beginning. The culture and heritage of Adivasi go back to the roots of taking care of nature and everything that is a part of nature. Adivasi literature and writing encapsulates the relationship to land, water, the jungle, people and their inexperienced injustices. Indigenous writings often offer an emotional connection to their readers, and due to their history, indigenous writings often depict difficult topics in a very raw manner. Adivasi writings are rich with care and their philosophical way of living with nature. It does not follow up a practical notion of writing, but a stirring set of words for traditions to the injustices which the community is facing under the name of developmental destruction. The most preferred languages to pen down stories or poems are Santhal, Munda, Orawan, and Asur. So why there is a need for translation? So I will tell a little history about Jharkhand. The bifurcation of Bihar led to the creation of new tribal state of India, Jharkhand, in the year 2000, month of November. But the ethnographic representation of Adivasi in the history of books is not enough to showcase their enriched culture. The grounds on which the separation of Bihar happened were to ensure the safety of the Adivasi people and their heritage. But still, after 22 years of separation, their condition has only deteriorated. And now their population has gone from 46.8% to 26.2%. And the demography of Adivasi people in India is now only 1%. So the gap in potential knowledge that exists because of the uncertainty surrounding their place in this society has caused them damage. Every time, the culture and the traditions which should have been followed by everyone are getting little attention from a few. The suffocation of extinction is haunting them. Some of the Adivasi community is already extinct or has members who cannot even be called as a family. The dejection for Adivasis is the part where no one wants to understand their words because it is limited to their knowledge. Per se, communication barriers have excluded the outer world from contributing to their cause. So the fact that all the Indian tribals and Adivasi population are essentially bilingual generally goes unnoticed by non-tribals and non-Adivasi people. Every multilingual community has the intrinsic ability to absorb outside influencers, and in this case, a highly developed system for interacting with the outside world. And even with the texts that are getting translated into English, the language that has a lot of colonial baggage, Western academics have no concept of how absurd this classification appeared to the literary community in India, when the works of the current writers who inherit a multilingual legacy several thousand years old were categorized as new literature. It is necessary to state that Adivasi literature is not a recent movement or trend in the world of literature, rather than it is the literature which have been unaware of it, which is not the fault of Adivasi people themselves. Now I will be reciting the poem by the poets of Jharkhand. The first poem is by Jacinta Kerketta, Nadi, Pahad aur Bazaar. Nanhi पीढ़ी दौड़ी, हम आ गए बाजार. The younger generation ran, we have come to the market. क्या क्या लेना है? पूछने लगा दुकानदार. What to take? The shopkeeper started asking. भैया, थोड़ी बारिश, थोड़ी गीली मिट्टी. Brother, give me a little rain, a little wet soil. एक बोतल नदी, वो डिब्बा बंद पहाड़. A bottle of river, that canned mountain. उधर दीवार पर टंगी एक प्रकृति भी दे दो, और ये बारिश इतनी महंगी क्यों? And the nature hanging on the wall, and why this rain is so expensive? The Adivasi community belongs to nature because it is their sole identity and their home. The injustices this community has faced have destroyed their homes and lives. So the poetess states in her poem about her home and how the new generation is seeing the new world so differently, that their mere identity, which belongs to the trees, rivers, mountains, farming, and jungles, have been mercilessly criticized. Rivers have become sewers. Ancestral ways of living by doing farming have been destroyed because of unfertile lands caused by mining. Deforestation in the name of development has caused severe air pollution, and at the end, everything has resulted in choking out the life of Adivasi people and their home, nature. Poetess Jacinta has advocated for her community and the beliefs that are nothing but pure intention. The next poem is by Anuj Lugun, Aghoshit Ul Gulan. अपने इस तत्व की आँच से खेलते हैं शहर के कंक्रीट या जंगल में. With the fire of their own self, they play in the concrete jungle of the city. जीवन बचाने का खेल, शिकारी शिकार बने फिर रहे शहर में. The game of saving life, hunters and hunters are roaming around. आघोषित उलगुलान में, in an unannounced mess, लड़ रहे हैं जंगल, लड़ रहे हैं ये. Forests are fighting, they are fighting. नक्शे में घटते अपने घनत्व के खिलाफ, जनगणना में घटती संख्या के खिलाफ. Against the decreasing density in the map, against the decreasing census. How accurately the poet has stated the reality of destructional development, which the world is applauding as appraisal, but is neglecting the fact that in the name of development, we have started playing inside the concrete jungle and game of saving lives, and how the undeclared development has caused the jungles to fight against their density on the map, and at last, how it had made the census of the caretakers, Adivasis, go down against the population of all. The next poem is again by Anuj Lugun. हमारी अर्थी शाही नहीं हो सकती. हमने चाहा कि फसलों की नस्ल बची रहे खेतों के आसमान के साथ. We wished that the breed of crops should survive with the sky of the field. हमने चाहा कि जंगल बचा रहे अपने कुलगोत्र के साथ. We wanted to save the forest with our clan. पृथ्वी को हम पृथ्वी की तरह देखें. We see the earth as the earth. पेड़ की जगह पेड़ ही देखें, नदी की जगह नदी. See trees instead of trees, rivers instead of rivers. समुद्र की जगह समुद्र और पहाड़ की जगह पहाड़. Sea instead of sea and mountain instead of mountain. हमारी चाह और उसके होने के बीच में एक खाई है. There is a gulf between what we want and what we have. उतनी ही गहरी, उतनी ही लंबी. The deeper, the longer. जितनी गहरी खाई दिल्ली और अबुझमाड़ के बीच है. As deep as the chasm between Delhi and अबुझमाड़. जितनी दूरी रांची और जलडेगा के बीच है. Like the distance between Ranchi and Jaldega. He has again insisted in this presented stanza on the injustices not only the Adivasis are facing, but the whole world is facing. They are wishing the field crops to again survive with the clear sky above it. They want to see the earth like it was since the beginning and with them taking care of it. They want to see trees in place of trees, rivers as rivers, sea as sea, and mountains as mountains. Nothing in place of it but nature as it used to be. The poet urges that there is a gulf between what they want and what they are getting. The gap between the wish and reality has elongated just like the distance between Delhi and Abuझमाड़. The next and last poem is by poetess Shushma Asur. O हमारे माता पिता, O सभी असुर बूढ़ा बुढ़िया, O our parents, O all असुर ancestors. तुम सब नहीं जानते थे कचिया डीभा, रुपया पैसा. You never knew about money. तुम सब नहीं जानते थे परजीविता. You never knew about dependence. हम तुम्हें दोष नहीं देते, हम तुम्हें अपनी असहायता के लिए. We do not blame you, we would never seek your help. कोर्ट कचहरी नहीं करते, पर जब कंपनी धमधम आती है, we would not take refuge of judiciary, but when commercial companies come, पर जब सरकार दमदम बेदम करती है, and the government lashes atrocities, हम किसको गोहराएं, हम किस छाती में आसरा ढूंढे. We seek your solace and company. In this poetry, Sushma Asur complains to her forefathers. Her remarks convey her great affection towards her rich cultural heritage. She pines for the innocence and purity of a bygone period when nature was the ultimate instructor and the croplands were the lone workplace. Her forefathers didn't have to be concerned about money. However, the current generation must strive for survival. They are exploited by greedy large corporations wanting to unearth the riches that these tribals had so diligently protected. In their efforts, they will not mind destroying the entire terrain of the country they have held sacred for so long. The government frequently ignores the objections of individuals from this group. In her anguish, the poetess seeks refuge in the embrace of her cherished ancestors. She also tells them that life will go on for the current generation. They will not surrender despite the current difficulties. Now, I would like to explain the indigenous knowledge system according to the Adivasi and other indigenous population. The majority of the Adivasi population in India shares cultural traits with other tribal communities around the world. They live in communities that are harmonious and cohesive by nature. They do not appear to be very interested in accumulating fortunes or in exploring their labor to attract capital and interest. They accept a worldview that sees nature, people, and God as being closely related to one another. And they trust that people can spell and understand the truth. Their concept of time is subjective rather than objective. They rely more on intuition than reason, and they view the environment around them as sacred rather than profane. As a result, the realm of tribal imagination is very dissimilar from that of contemporary Indian culture. In order to understand the traditional and cultural connection of Adivasis with nature, it is important to first know their language, which is indeed raw for the outer world. And since a large number of Indian languages are still only spoken, literary works written in the indigenous languages are not regarded as literature. For linguists, anthropologists, and folklorists, they are a feast. But for literary critics, they usually imply little. Many nomadic Indian communities are fragmented and dispersed across vast distances, but they continue to function as communities because they are connected by their oral epics. So there are a few points I would like to explain. The practical common sense based on teachings and experiences passed on from generation to generation. Understanding its own nation. Indigenous knowledge includes understanding of the environment, including snow, ice, weather, and resources, as well as the relationships between them. It is inclusive. It cannot be grasped or isolated from the people. It is anchored in the people's spirituality, health, culture, and language. It is a way of life for many people, a way of life. Wisdom is the application for conventional wisdom in constructive ways. It entails combining the heart and the head because it is a product of the spirit it endures. Putting the needs and interest of the community first, possibility of realizing that environmental knowledge is part of the true accomplishments of local and traditional knowledge, facilitating the integration of conventional and non-traditional knowledge to create a rich and unique perspective of life and the universe. The proper use of the environment is governed by relationship and an ethical code. So these are some of the points which indigenous or the tribal or the Adivasi people think as their knowledge system and want to do the same and wants to treat others people to do the same. So we move forward to the last part of this presentation, which is the conclusion. The talkings and discussions for a sustainable environment has started just, but these community is doing that for so long. And in doing so, they have always borne the damage and destruction to their beliefs and homes, which is not the fair deal the world is offering to them. The offer they never asked from. Tribalism, it is not just a concept, but it is a heritage derived from such a great civilization and society, which the rest of the society has never been able to give its proud place or mainstream of development and thought established by the rest of the society, which rejecting the heritage of tribalism. Along with the advancement of civilization, they are snatching everything from that entire tribal society started. It pushed the first society world to the second class forever. Gradually, not only the resources of the tribal world and the language, culture, and knowledge related to their existence were rejected by this mainstream society. The prodigious genius Rita Joy was born on March 15, 1932 in Nova Scotia, the Asco Nation indigenous people of remote Canada. Rita writes in her poem "हम स्वप्नदर्शी हैं." She writes, मैं अपनी भाषा भूल गई क्योंकि चुरा लिए तुमने शब्द मेरे. I forgot my language because you stole my words. मुझे मजबूर किया तुमने अपनी तरह अपनी भाषा बोलने. You forced me to speak your own language. मैं बोलने लगी तुम्हारी भाषा, सोचने लगी तुम्हारी तरह. I started speaking your language, started thinking like you. देखने लगी समाज और देश को तुम्हारी दी गई हुई नजरों से. Started seeing the society and the country through the eyes given by you. और फिर धीरे धीरे वीरान होती गई मेरी दुनिया. And then slowly my world became desolate. सदियों बाद अब मैं हासिल करना चाहती हूँ. Centuries later, now I want to achieve. अपनी भाषा, अपने शब्द, अपने दृष्टि, अपने विचार. My language, my words, my vision, my thoughts. ताकि बता सकूं तुम्हें कि मैं कौन हूं. So that I can tell you who I am. Through Rita's poem, it is understandable that whatever corner of the world we are standing, tribal people are the prey of today's developmental destruction, which has not only destroyed and fragmented them into nothingness, but have also endured them great pain by forgetting the traditions which are essential to us and not just them. The gap in potential knowledge system that exists because of the uncertainty surrounding their place in society has caused them damage every time. The culture and the traditions which should have been followed by everyone are getting little attention from a few. They are not the ones who pen down their thoughts, but the activists who are consistently fighting for their culture and traditions to breathe. The suffocation of extinction is haunting them. Some of the Adivasi community is already extinct or has members who cannot be even called as family. The dejection for Adivasi community where no one wants to understand their words because it is limited to their knowledge. The communication barriers have excluded the community from everyone to contributing to their cause. So this was all for our research paper. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, if anyone would like to ask.
Okay, we'll be having the questions after the presentations are all over, Shreya. So stay tuned.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present.
You're most welcome, Shreya. The next paper in line is the seventh one, that is English usage in Bollywood item songs by Ms. Sumedha Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Jharkhand. Yes, Sumedha ma'am, you are not audible. There's no sound coming in from your end. Am I audible, ma'am? Okay. You are not audible, actually. We can't hear you. Ma'am, actually, Sumedha ma'am is disconnecting and then she's rejoining. There's a sound problem at her end, actually. There's an audio problem there. Ma'am, this is supposed to be the last one of this session.
I'm thinking about whether we want to start talking about some of the other papers while we're waiting.
Yasri ma'am.
Oh, there she's.
Can
coming
Sumedha
back.
ma'am use my laptop? We are in the same room. You are getting my sound, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
fine.
No problem with that.
Sumedha ma'am, please come.
Yes.
Please come.
So we can hear you. She can use a different device. That was exactly what I was.
Just she's sharing the
trying to get
PPT and she will come to my laptop.
Okay, okay. Not an issue, sir. Sumedha ma'am, can you say something so that we would know if you are audible?
So start video. Share screen कैसे हो सकता है? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, you're visible and audible now.
Good afternoon, panelists. Sorry for the inconvenience. I, Sumedha Chaudhary, Assistant Professor in Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Jharkhand, along with my 3 BJMC mentees, Khushbu, Shweta, and Mahima. I'm presenting a paper on English, usage in Bollywood item songs, and analysis. Now, before proceeding with the topic or the paper, the reason we chose this topic was English because in India, we usually don't speak Hindi flawlessly. It is either English or English. Now, in the current generation, that is what my mentees also felt. And we chose item songs because women as a sexual objectification is enjoyed by any age genre, be it a kid, be it a middle-aged person, or a senior denizen. So we thought, why not mix English and item songs, which we are enjoying and working on this research, because research for students is usually considered very boring. So we were like, let us listen to these songs. We chose more than 20 songs, right from 2012 to 2022, and we were working on the words which the lyrics of these songs are focusing on. Now, coming to the topic, or coming to the paper, in fact, we chose, as I said, we chose around more than 20 songs, and we were working rigorously for almost a fortnight to find the objective and the research problems we are going to focus on. So we focused on the lyrics, as I already said, and we also focused on the presentation, that is the ambience duration, because when it is about item songs, people feel that it is something vulgar or not, but we saw no, it is not always vulgar. It includes romance, it includes something within friends or so on. The objective was to focus on the lyrics and the similarities regarding lead artists. Now, I'm so sorry, there's a typo in this here. It's lead, the lead artists who are performing, because as I said, women, they are considered as sexual objects. What we saw, we'll come to that also in the conclusion part. Now, the research problems, it focused only on the English words, lead actors, and the duration also. We also focused on the duration, minimum and maximum, because while we are enjoying the songs, it is important to keep a track on the duration of the enjoyment. For this, as I've already said, we know, and we all, whatever research we did, we saw that women, they are considered as sexual objects, and people enjoy watching them. So a lot of research has been done on that aspect, but when we see on the English part, nothing has been focused on it. Now recently, there was a song of Mithun Chakraborty. It was long back in 1980s, which the Chinese people are using it for like the lockdown and COVID restriction. It is Jimmy Jimmy Aja Aja Aja. That song, they are using it for enjoyment. So when the Chinese people can use Hindi, so we Indians can obviously use English and Hindi together. The methodology used was content analysis, because we basically were listening on the songs, and we, as I've already said, we were working rigorously for 2 weeks. We went to the lyrics minutely. We also used quota sampling, because we were being selective, and we were segregating the songs accordingly. Objectification, I've already told, were taken to consideration, but not much. This was not there in our objectives or research problems. And the primary narrative of the chosen songs was analyzed. We were basically focused on the lyrics. Now, these are the photographs of the songs which we chose. Now in Dabangg 2, this Kareena Kapoor is dancing on a song which has Fevicol word in it. Now, Fevicol in an item song is being used. That was something to work on. Then Coca-Cola, it's a romantic song, but treated as an item song also. People are dancing as well as enjoying also. Then Sunny Leon song, Baby Doll, this is there in the lips of kids also these days. So we thought when the kids can work on English, why not we? Then again, this Kamaria Lachke song, this is also an item song. Moving further, we saw that Party All Night. This is something which people enjoy as well as they are using the lyrics also. Then Move Your Luck, then Rock the Party, and Fashion, so on. So these were some of the songs. There were more songs which we worked on, like Dance Basanti. Basanti dancing, we must have watched in Sholay movie, but using it in song was something very interesting for us. We actually enjoyed. These are the few analysis. We divided the parameters as in first we saw name of the song, then the name of the movie, the actor, actress who has performed, the year of release, and the English words which have been used, as well as the duration. That is what we were focused on. So going sequentially, we started with the songs of 2012, then 2013, 2014, and so on. These were the songs. Now, coming directly to the conclusion, our main purpose was to focus on the lyrics, and what we saw that we usually use words like why, what, when, the 5 W's, what, 1H, which is usually known among the mass commers. Surprisingly or coincidentally, it was there in the item songs also. So this was a sheer coincidence. Then we also saw that I, you, me, like being obsessed with self is also well portrayed in this item songs. Apart from that, there were words like dance, come, party, move, hot, go, body, no, want, Delhi, boy, rock, so on. And what we saw was like baby word. In general, what we saw, baby, this particular word was more frequently used apart from these words dance, come, party. Baby word was almost in most of the songs. Now, such words, as I said, are used by the common people every day. And among the actors and actresses, Sunny Leon, we know she was a porn star. So item songs, they were well portraying her. Nora Fatehi these days, Nora Fatehi is the steps of Nora Fatehi is well adapted by the kids or the younger generation. Then Rajkumar Rao was also someone who was among the leading artists in most of these songs. And coming to the duration, we found that most of these songs, now a song is usually not exceeded more than 3 minutes, but these were extended till 4 minutes to 4 minutes 45 seconds. So the duration was something we thought, no, that it clearly signifies that item songs are being enjoyed by people in general, and that's why they exceed to 4 minutes 45 seconds. So that was the purpose of working on this research paper. That's it. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, any question if you would like to ask?
Yes, thank you, Sumita ma'am. Professor Saraf and Dr. Martino, we can now open the house for question answers and the session chair's comments and observations.
Professor Saraf, I'll defer to you if you want to start off. Ma'am, though you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, as usual. It's one of those things. This conference attracted me with its with the fact that it is located in Jharkhand, and talking about Jharkhand, we are in the presence of this huge spectrum of, as one of the papers said, knowledge systems which are unknown to us and not spoken about. So first of all, let me congratulate the team, because it is a remarkably, if you look at all the 7 papers, it has research scholars, students, assistant professors, and that is quite remarkable because the conference has encouraged people from all their groups to participate, and in something like translation, that is extremely important. Apart from that, the kind of papers that have been presented, some of them they have great potential. Let me go one by one. Of course, I was looking very forward to hearing provocation of translating Mark Twain because I wanted to know what the provocation was. But unfortunately, the person is ill. We began with the sexual relationship between, we began with the D.H. Lawrence's son and its translation to Arabic in terms of gender. And that was interesting because we never think of English as a gendered language. We never think of English as a gendered language unless we think in terms of Latin or the Latinate roots that it may have, or the Germanic roots that it may have. Then we are in the presence of gender. So it was, thank you, it was information to me that son is, which is in Italian is il sole, which is masculine, that in English also it is regarded as a masculine word. And then the sexual relationship between the human being and the son, that was, and the taboos that are present in translation, that is extremely interesting because the host culture's taboos can determine, and it's not just sexual taboos, it's taboos of discussion around certain subjects. For instance, God, if we come to Arabic, the nature of God and so on and so forth. We cannot be, it's difficult to translate those because they would probably border on blasphemy also. So there are these issues that also occur. And very interestingly, when we come to the Hindu or the Indian consciousness, it is so easy to understand the sexual relationship between the son and a human being because we have Kunti as the mother of the Pandavas, and also, whose son, the first son was engendered by the sun because when she beheld the sun and he was beautiful. And she had a sexual relationship with him and there was a son born, and of course it led to many things. So there are these very interesting contrasts and interesting echoes, therefore, in that first paper. The important thing I thought in that paper was, again, presented by two assistant professors and one supervisor, I think. Serene and Priyanka. Most importantly, what cannot be translated? That is one of the most important questions in translation theory also. What is it that cannot be translated? And I can give you a very, facile or rather a simple example. It's not just taboo words, but just cultural concepts. For instance, I was translating from a Swiss Italian author into Hindi, and a poet, and he said, one of a very short poem, it said that after I put down the phone, I scratched your name in the sand in the cat's litter. Now, a cat's litter, which is an inconceivable object in Indian culture, because a cat's litter is not just a litter of kittens. A cat's litter is the place where the cat inside an apartment house or in a closed house defecates or urinates or is used for, and the sand is changed. So it's that notion doesn't exist in a culture where cats are not kept as pets generally, and then there is no concept of keeping a pet to do its job in the house. there are taboos around cleanliness, etc. And a litter which has several kinds of meanings, litter as in rubbish, litter as in so many things. So it was impossible to translate a cat's litter. And I presented this as a problem of the untranslatable in terms of a cultural leap. So it's not just sexuality or gender, it's also the concept of many kinds of cultural concepts which are untranslatable, and that's what interested me about that paper also. I always thought English was from the Germanic, sort of family, the North Germanic family, rather than, of course, Indo-European also branched off into many branches. So thank you very much, Serene, for that information. I'm going to look that up. We can, if I'm permitted, I'll go on to the second one, which was about the Adivasi and the indigenous knowledge systems. I think indigenous knowledge, and this is by Mrinal, I think. Mrinal, it's Mrinal, isn't it? Not Minal, Mrinal.
It is Shreya Mrinal.
Shreya Mrinal, okay. Shreya Mrinal. Shreya, yeah.
Yes,
Shreya's paper. Shreya, you, of course, concentrated on the ecological, environmental aspect and developmental aspect, keeping in mind perhaps also the contemporary ravaging of those concepts. But it would do, perhaps you could even explore, medicinal knowledge, knowledge about health, and the ways in which garbage disposal, it's not just maintenance of a relationship with the forest. Of course, it extends into that. That extends into the garbage disposal system of these traditions. And regarding the translation of oral traditions, I just would like to share with the panelists what we did in our college, where we have a translation and translation studies center. Is that, you took the languages of the Northeast, which are unscripted. Many of them are unscripted. As you very correctly pointed out, they are oral languages and they don't have a script, but there is a phonetic. And so what we did, we got our students to do, is to translate, to Romanize the phonetics, so that we had some kind of translation of the sound, whether in Hindi or in English. We gave them two languages, so that at least, and then at least the poem could survive, or the story could survive the language, or transcend the language. It of course survives the language, but transcend the language and be available and accessible to a larger readership. So many things came to the fore, because there was a possibility of phonetically Romanizing the script, and secondly, in then translating it and we had parallel text, so that the graphicity of the text was also visible, the translation was also visible, because these are important things in translation. If it's interesting, if when you do a parallel text, if it's one sentence, that ideally or desirably, the desire is for a one-line translation, especially in poetry. So it is interesting to see how these things work. So I think that you're on a very interesting subject, and I would very much like it, and like you to explore further. Some of the translations themselves maybe need a little bit of attention, and since you have your cohorts and supervisors to guide you, those are things that can be looked into and made more cogent and powerful in terms of translations themselves. Regarding the third paper, English and its usage, I have to confess that I am a Hindi film song buff, and I have taught it as a unit. I have devised this whole unit in our mass communications, mass media department. And I do wish to share that it's not just the item songs, and even the definition of item songs changes from the earliest times that the movies came in to later. And I would like to point out to our colleague who presented that paper, Sumedha, I think, is that if you look at 1947, very famous song from Shehnai, which is Sunday Ke Sunday, Ana Meri Jaan, Sunday Ke Sunday. Now, this is one of the earliest examples, perhaps, of the use of English in a song. There are two ways in which English is used in, this is also part of my research in my postdoc, in my doctoral research. Two ways in which English is used. One is substitution. It's a code switching. You know, it can be a code switching, a substitution for one word, and you just substitute it with an English word, which is how we see it. But sometimes there are internal syntactical changes, which is very interesting to see how we can use another language, how another language penetrates a host language, if you want to call it a host language, or languages penetrate each other. And this you see in so many pidgins and so on, all over the world, wherever there is a bilingual or there is not just a monolingual population. This kind of thing is very common, code switching as well as internal syntactical changes in words. So those are interesting things. The other film I would like to indicate was 1968 Aulad, the film called Aulad, which said, Jodi hamari jamega kaise jani, tum to ho Angrezi, hum ladki Hindustani, tumko bhi mushkil, hame bhi pareshani, baat mano sayyam, ban jao Hindustani. Now, in both these songs, the emphasis, and it's very interesting that these are in the early cultural transitions in our own society, it is an emphasis on the anglicization of the hero as a comic figure. The actual hero would never lose his Indian values and would continue, but the comic figure who is the parody, who's parodying the anglicized man, is brought in to sing these songs. So there are different kinds of functions that English serves in these songs, and from the very beginning, they all dovetail into this exploration of both the music itself, which are influences from all over the world, and that is the wonderful thing about so-called Bollywood. I would always refer to it as the Hindi film cinema, which is truly the only pan-Indian thing we have. If you want to say what is Indian, it is Hindi film cinema. So this is something that I'd like, maybe I could indicate, you could think about the various ways in which the definition of the item song, it's not just sexual always, it's entertainment, cabarets, in nightclubs, it's detective suspense, as in Tisri Manzil, so many ways in which this is, or even in the later Dhoom 2, where the item song is used to create the suspense and pursue the killer and so on and so forth. So there are ways in which this is used, but then we could, have a separate discussion on that, because this is so close to my heart that we could go on and on and on, and I don't want to take Christina's time. Thank you very much for your patience. I enjoyed all three papers, and I look forward to meeting all of you in person, and also perhaps knowing how these are developing into actual theses. Thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor. Thank you to my colleagues from Amity, Jharkhand.
Thank you, ma'am.
The pleasure is all ours, ma'am. It was absolutely gracious of you to consent to be a part of the conference. Now over to you, Dr. Martinu. So your comments
Thank
and
you.
observations.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Saraf. Those were really excellent to learn from. I really want to thank all of the presenters today and Dr. Mukherjee for inviting me. I really got a lot out of these presentations. And just I'm so happy to be participating from afar. I'm in Finland this year, where it is very dark and cold, and I am missing India so much. I spent a summer in Ranchi, actually, many years ago. Loved Ranchi, loved Jharkhand. So it just makes me so happy to get to be with you virtually, at least. I noticed that there are some questions in the side box in the chat. And so I want to make some space for those questions too. I thought I would raise some of my own questions, and then maybe we can pivot to those and make sure that they get a chance to be discussed. So I want to I want to sort of point out some of my observations about all three of the papers to begin with, because I think they're sharing some similar kinds of tensions, which I think are quite common in the field of translation studies. So I think you're getting these sorts of issues are coming up because they're so common in the field. So first of all, I want to point out that I'm a cultural anthropologist. So I come to translation not from literary studies, but from anthropology and from linguistic anthropology. So I think about how language is used in practice and the politics of language use. So I want to preface that because I'm not going to come at it as a literary scholar, which you'll see in just a second. So my first thought, what I notice in each of these is that you're working with the contact between two languages. Each of you are working at this kind of interface between two languages. But what I'm not getting in any of the papers is what these languages mean to the people using them, right? What are the meanings of the languages in use? Now, so why does this matter? And I think when I say meaning, I really mean the living meaning. So this could be a political meaning, for example. So if you consider the translation of a D.H. Lawrence text into Arabic, that translation is going to be read a certain way because it's being translated from English, right? And so part of the meaning of that text will be precisely what people understand about where it's coming from, right? The readers of Arabic will be reading it that way, which requires a sort of different sensitivity than, say, you were writing poetry in Arabic in the first place. Because of course, in Arabic, there are lots of traditions of erotic poetry. So writing about eroticism in Arabic, you're not making that up, right? That's not coming from the outside. There is a robust historical tradition of erotic writing in Arabic. But the challenge here is not the writing about it in Arabic, writing about eroticism in Arabic. The challenge is writing about eroticism in Arabic in a text translated from English, right? So you really want to keep that front and center. I think that's really important. And so there I would say, I really thought it was very interesting that you were saying there are these sorts of parallels between D.H. Lawrence's gender ideology and the ideology that you're translating into for Arabic speakers. But then we get to this place where you're sort of imagining that Arabic speakers are a bounded culture where they all believe the same thing, right? The Arabic speakers are kind of uniformly believers in a certain belief of gender, a certain understanding of gender. And that's clearly not true. There are LGBTQ speakers of Arabic, right? So part of what I would point you toward doing is starting to specify who you are writing for, right? You don't have to be writing for every Arabic speaker ever, right? You can be writing for specific Arabic speakers. So it is okay, potentially, if it's what you want to do, to push against a norm. You don't have to reproduce norms in your translation. And that might be something that you're interested in exploring, but I'd like to see more of a sort of working through the politics of reproducing norms in a translation. Why are you choosing to reproduce these norms? You're the one saying these norms are these norms are patriarchal, or these norms are male dominant. So do you want to reproduce them, right? So why do you want to reproduce them? So I'd love to see more of that kind of explicit political engagement on your part. Why is this the text that you're choosing to translate? Right? What is it about this text that interests you in this context? Okay. So similarly, if I turn to the second paper, I'm really interested to think through the language politics of the Adivasi context. Now, there has been a ton of work just over the last 20 years or so to develop literary traditions. For example, in Santali, there's a strong movement to create a literature. Also in Munda, right? So there's a strong political effort. These are not all sort of unauthored oral traditions that people have passed down through generations, right? There's a specific revitalization political movement afoot. And I'd like to see some evidence of that political process in your work. Right now, Adivasis are kind of presented like they've existed this way forever. They're very natural. And their sort of natural cultural community produces this sense of solidarity, and they're being subjected to development forces, right? It's very much like Avatar, right? Which I know is politically really useful for Adivasis to claim, but they are really politically active groups of people, right? And I say they are, I don't know if there's anybody who is joining us who is a member of an Adivasi group, and I don't mean to exclude them, but I obviously am not. So I would encourage you to see sort of Adivasi cultural works as part of a political project. And what is that political project, right? And how can you connect those political projects with specific experiences of disenfranchisement or oppression, or specific experiences of marginalization, right? In the Jharkhand setting, that's really easy to do because you can connect the dots, right? In Jharkhand, you can connect the dots between the loss of a village to a mining company, right? And the people in that community being moved to Ranchi and then losing their capacity to speak their language, and then turning to Hindi to write poetry, right? That's all happening within a generation. So I'd love to hear, for example, about the histories of the specific poets you're talking about. I think that would be one way to connect all of those pieces. What are their biographies? Where did they come from? Where are their families from? Because if I was not reading it wrong, those are all in Hindi, all of the poems that you read, right? So the ones you were translating. So how is it that they're writing in Hindi, right? That's what does Hindi mean for them? And how are they using Hindi to retain their own culture? So this is one of my questions. And then finally, for the Hinglish, which I really enjoyed, similarly would be interested to see more of that political context of the languages. This is for the songs, and specifically the industrial context. So I saw that there was a question here about how Hinglish, the study of Hinglish, can be connected to the study of translation. And for me, it comes down to this meaning of the language varieties in use. And here, so what is it that it means? And this was pretty much what Professor Saraf was bringing up about the function of the language. Like, what is the function of these parts of English being brought into Hindi, right? And I would say here, they have a key industrial function, right? Using the word baby is selling a song. So why is using the word baby selling a song? And how do these songs circulate? How are they being sold? And how does English come in and help sell them? So It's quite different when you're talking about the circulation of tapes from the circulation through mobile phones, right? And that's part of, I think, the transitions that Professor Sarif was talking about when you have the 1930s and the 1950s. And what's happening in 2020 is going to be really different because we're circulating through mobile phones. So I'm interested in how the industrial context of the song might change the meaning of what the language, how the language functions, we could say. So I encourage each of you to kind of bring in the real political context in which these languages take shape, the real political context in which people are using the languages. And I would suggest for each of you that one way to do that is to be very specific in who you are talking about, right? Who are the readers of this text? What are their biographies? Where did they come from? What are their specific political engagements? Okay? Because you don't write for everybody. You usually write for a specific set of readers. And along those lines, in Shreyal's presentation, I really loved bringing in the Canadian Indigenous poet at the end, because I think that's exactly one of those places where maybe you're not translating for all speakers of English, right? What would it mean to be translating for Indigenous English speakers, right? What would it mean to be creating these connections that are really politically novel connections through translation, right? And I think that's one of the really exciting things that translation makes possible, is to create new forms of solidarity across language. So I thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to listen to you and learn from your texts and engage with them. And I want to point to this great question we had above from Shayantani Anerji about, and this was to Shreya, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
The texts written in the native tribal languages are still not considered mainstream literature. Translations in English are also very few. How can the literary work survive? And sort of how can the translations become available and then be involved in depicting the situation of Adivasis? So maybe you could say a little bit about how you see these translations having a social meaning once they're translated, right? Once they're circulating.
Yes, ma'am. So what we presented in the presentation is the mere glimpse of what the Adivasis are actually enduring and how they write. They write because the injustices which they are enduring in Jharkhand only. Ma'am, you said you visited Ranchi. Yeah, ma'am. So, ma'am, in the village area where Adivasis usually live, their land, they are exploited to get the companies which come to get their land. They are exploited. They are not getting the benefit of what they are giving away. Their lands are their ancestral property, as say. They are passing down from generation to generation. So they are giving away everything. They love nature, but they have to give away not by will. They are not giving it by will, but they are exploited to give it away. So that is what they are writing. That is why it is needed. And their language, many a times we cannot understand what they are actually saying. Although I have written the poems in Hindi, which was written by Jacinta Kerketta or Anuj Lokon or Shushma Asud, they were written in Hindi. But if you go to the actual depth of these villages, you won't understand. I also won't understand what they are actually saying. There is the festival called Sohrai in the Adivasi community of Jharkhand. They celebrate this festival for the upbringment of the cows or sheep or the environment. They do it for them, but the languages in which is written about the Sohrai festival, it is not very clear to us because we cannot understand it. So it is important for the translation. We need the translation to understand them better, and that is why it is needed. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, of course. I mean, you don't understand them because you don't speak those languages. So
Yes,
in
ma'am.
order to, you have to learn the languages like any
Because, ma'am,
translator.
yes, ma'am, because it is oral. It is not written. It is oral.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
of
ma'am.
course, of
Yes,
course. Yes, yes, yes. Like Ho, for example, you're talking about, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah. So the question is sort of, what future do you see for these texts once you translate them? What do you hope to do with them?
Ma'am, in Jharkhand, the state government is recognizing these languages. they are trying to bring them forward by giving them the opportunity to speak it. They are also promoting the faculties or teachers who can come forward and let the other students understand it. They are promoting the languages in the government school from standard 1 to 5th to speak in their native languages so that it can become friendly with other also, the non-tribals or non-Adivasi people, to understand them. Ma'am, we cannot learn any language if we come at the age of adulthood or the age of elderly. We can understand it by the base, in our base, when we are growing up. So, ma'am, it is important to promote the language. So, this is the step the state government are taking, and I think it will work. And the future is, if we protect them, if we also contribute to the cause, I think it can survive. It won't extinct. As I mentioned in my research paper, they are on the verge of extinction. Their population in overall India, it is 1%. And in Jharkhand only, it is 26.2% from 46.8%.
But Shreya, one more thing just I want to add.
Yes, sir.
Right? In not only state government, our central government is also going to present, right? Right now, recently in Central Institute of Jharkhand, there is a Central University in Jharkhand. So that opened our endangered language department. And that is only for the tribal language. The whole cultural studies department are working on the endangered language. And they are just providing, and in Jharkhand also, in our Ranchi University, tribal department is there. They are just going to promote the Koduk language professor, the Odia, the Santhal language professor. And in our new education policy also, our central government is going to inculcate all these things, how to promote these languages up to class 8, how tribal students can go through their own language up to class 8 at least, right? So they are going to add in our new education policy also. And there are a lot of funds and projects are coming through ICSSR and ICHR also right now in different departments also.
Ma'am, there is one more project which was launched by the central government in the year 2020, IKS, Indian Knowledge System, which is to promote the Adivasi languages or indigenous languages so they can survive. They are welcoming the people with their research papers, or they're also to promote the languages. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, are there any questions from the audience? Okay, well, while we're waiting to see maybe if there are any questions, could I ask Serene a question? Is that all right? Yes, I'm interested to hear why you chose this particular story. Can you explain like how that came about and how your choice of Arabic and Hindi, and yeah, just explain the project, please.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for your very insightful remarks that really, I mean, broaden my scope, as this is the first time that I'm really wearing the hat of the translator. My interest in D.H. Lawrence is a very much, I mean, a literary interest, I mean, with a little bit of feminist studies. And the way that I'm interested is D.H. Lawrence and the New Woman fiction. It's that as a major framework, actually. And I do remember that I attended once a conference, and it was essentially about the translation of D.H. Lawrence's works, but they were essentially about translating D.H. Lawrence's works from English to other European languages. And this is how the idea really, I mean, came to mind. Why not D.H. Lawrence and then in Arabic? And when I started really doing the research, I came across very interesting things that first of all, we are not translating most of his works. We are making a very selection of a certain texts that are considered in a way somehow not very much provocative in the sense that, I mean, they are not very much erotic. And there was all the time, I mean, some sort of comparison between different translations. So you don't really find one and single translation, but you find different translations. And in Tunisia, we've never really, translated D.H. Lawrence. This is where I come from. So it's from that actually that I started this particular endeavor. And I wanted to look into the way, would translate D.H. Lawrence to mainstream society. And a mainstream society is a patriarchal society. It is absolutely, based on the very clear, monolithic heterosexual relationships. And within that paradigm of power, I wanted to investigate, how with there's a shorter story written by the end of D.H. Lawrence's career, how such a story would be translated into Arabic. Why I opted for this particular shorter story at the exception of some others, first of all, because to my mind, it really incarnates Lawrence's philosophy of the blood or the consciousness of the blood. And it is very much in relation to the positioning of a man in general vis-a-vis the cosmos, how man and the world are viewed or portrayed, especially in a mechanical world. That of the 1920s. We cannot really forget that D.H. Lawrence was a modernist, and as a modernist, he had a very disillusioned idea about the world that England developed into, and the kind of a chaos that resulted from that over-urbanization. And so the relationship was a very much, based on a mythological understanding of how, the individual, the mankind is to re-establish some sort of a healing therapeutic relationship with the cosmos. I would say that a relationship, an ideal relationship would be, this relationship as, a woman and a mythical male figure that would connect together and that would absolutely heal the world in a way, by healing herself, by healing, the darkness that, or by moving away the darkness that she was living in, and that echoes the very darkness that the modern world succumbed into, and that resulted later on into the First World War and then into the Second World War. So it is this context actually that pushed me, and that very knowledge of D.H. Lawrence and his advocation of a certain philosophy in relation to existence, and his search also, for the perfect man, because he was very much into the search of a savior to English culture. So having all of that in mind, it in a way influenced my translation, but also something else is the fact that knowing the kind of society that I come from, which is patriarchal conservative society, even there are classical works of eroticism, but they are not, known by the major public. These are very much, I would say, elitist books that are in here limited to specific understanding of Arabic and essentially of classical Arabic. But what a very simple translation would mean, or what, how I wouldn't say the simple audience, but how the common audience would really receive a translated work. That's definitely going to be a different matter, and we need absolutely to reach out to that sort of an audience that is conservative, very much not open to eroticism being depicted in a detailed manner. Having all of those ideas in mind, this is how I frame it, the paper actually. And then while collaborating with my Indian colleagues, we wanted to look for something that would be quite similar to maintain the very same ideas. So I don't know if what I said, make sense, or but this is absolutely the very idea that I had in mind when indulging into this endeavor of translating D.H. Lawrence.
I just quickly responded. I really love hearing that you had this interest in the kind of response to the mechanical and a response to the political situation at the time. And I think that would be something really rich to bring into the paper, because it helps motivate why you're even putting up with this problem, right? If you have this problem, why are you motivated to address it? So I think, and that helps motivate why you're writing for a public audience. Like, why is this for everybody? Right. So I think that's quite helpful to understand. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you.
And I'm complete, so I'll.
Is there any other question from anybody in the audience, or will anybody else want to ask something else?
Dr. Mukherjee, excuse me, I absolutely have to leave now, and I would like to say thank you to you and all the colleagues and all the panelists. And let's be in touch. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be just winding up, ma'am, because I don't think we have any further questions. So yes, of course, we come to the end of the second technical session of today. And we like to express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to both of our session chairs, Professor Babli Moitra Saraf, and of course, Dr. Catherine Martineau, and especially to Professor Saraf, because Professor Saraf actually told me yesterday that she had some important assignment to attend to. But then in spite of that, she has kept her promise and she has made it on time, absolutely. So thank you very much for that, madam. And of course, we thank each and every one of the paper presenters, okay, for making the session come alive. Okay, on that note, we end today's session here. Tomorrow, our first technical session is scheduled at 11:30, okay, by the Indian Standard Time, and the joining link will remain the same. Okay, so we'll again meet for tomorrow. Okay, on that note, we end. Thank you very much to one and all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.